Well, the lamp is contaminated. It's got urine particles all over it. And the way the light's shining here, they look yellow. You know, those little, I guess it probably is a little solid. You know, everything else is boiled off and it's left a little solid. You really get a good view of them after it's winter. Solid urine particles. That's my guess.
Wait till the back the forward contamination people hear about that.
Yeah.
No more urine dumps on the way to the moon. Long, nice little bag. Yeah, you got plenty of black and white film, don't you?
Yeah, plenty of black and white film.
More Terminator 4.
Shoot as much as you want of anything you want. 80 millimeter, 250, it's all good. You got 20 minutes to pick. Oh, excuse me, 10 minutes. 10 minutes to pick. Excuse me. A little over 10. 80, 11.
Give me a call about 7 minutes till.
10 minutes to pick right now. Mark it.
Yes, sir. That there is rough terrain. Just have an idea. I'm just going to be getting a picture of all of these things. Back here.
Eight minutes to pick. Boy, there's a crater right in the side of the wall. Of a much bigger crater, and I'll be damned if it doesn't look like it just went in sideways. Hey, 7 minutes. Okay? Get after it. Let's do it. Buzz won't read us our checklist. We'll use my panel chart. Which checklist would you like? All right, main bus side is coming on. Okay? 7 minutes, mark. AC's on. CC's on. TVC turbo power number 1, AC1. AC1. 2 to AC2. AC2. Trans control power on. Translation control power. Rotation control power normal number 2 to AC. AC. Rotational hand controller number 2 on. Number 2 on.
You know, it's either the current, well, the current, yeah, it went down on the fuel cell.
Right. Battery
That brought the
sharing.
battery on, yeah.
Six minutes. That ready for gimbal motor or two?
All right. Let's try, which one y'all want?
Here comes fifth one. Mark it.
Got it?
Yaw one. Mark it.
Got it.
Okay.
Telemetry controller clockwise.
Clockwise.
Verify no MTBC.
Verify.
Alright. Gimbal motor pitch 2 and yaw 2 on.
Pitch 2. Mark it.
Got it?
Yaw 2. Mark it.
Got it. Set DPI trim.
Okay. What's the numbers?
166. Minus 0.81.
Plus 166 and minus 0.81.
Verify MTVC.
Okay, there's trim set.
System log residuals and all that.
MTVC is verified.
Right time on. Okay. All right, translation controller neutral.
Neutral.
Verified DPI returns to 00.
Verified.
Rot control power number 2. The rot control power normal number 2 to ACDC.
ACDC.
Spacecraft control CMC verified.
CMC verified.
I have a needle structure. You want to trim?
No, we don't need to.
All right, feedback mode trim at 1 rate 2.
At 1, rate 2.
Enter.
Enter.
Got a 204.
Yep.
Spacecraft control CMC and auto, huh?
Yep. And we got 4 minutes to 6. Okay, so up, down, 0. Nearly shake. Up, down, 0.
Which way is the shaking, can you tell? Pitch or yaw?
I don't know. It shows up more on a yaw needle than a pitch needle, but I'm not sure that's indicative of anything except needle sensitivity.
Okay, to go to trim values?
Yes, it did. Backed off in the axis.
Rotation control power. Direct 2 of them to main A, main B.
Main A, main B.
FPS helium valves verified auto. Limit cycle off.
Limit cycle off.
SDI
Telcom flight.
Okay.
At 2 minutes, A is coming.
In 5 minutes, let's run over real quick
Okay.
to the check.
And that's all we use today.
Okay. Undo here. So
3 minutes to go.
Take a break. Take one now. FAO flight. Go flight. How about go 5 minutes? We'll run over the checklist briefly here. We're going
I like the neat way.
Telemetry. Okay. Capcom?
Yeah.
Here.
Is that
Okay.
the right place?
You'll be ready in about 5 minutes to run over the checklist.
It's actually built for transposition and docking, but it's okay. Use it twice. Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. I'll get Delta V thrust normal A on, and that's the only bank we'll use. Delta V thrust normal A is on.
Alright, translation control on.
Armed.
Rotation control on.
Armed.
Sorry. Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
So, looking at the flight plan, next rev AOS is 82. Correction, not this rev, but a rev in front of this is 8235. And we got an update form, AOS 8231. What put us 4 minutes ahead? We are
19-second altitude time.
Arrived at the moon 4 minutes early. Well, no.
That speaks, to say it to you the same way we told the press, that speaks well for the booster.
the booster has to out of 75 hours and 58 minutes, you know, total trip time. Pick that out and it's targeting essentially. You can look at his targeting a different way. Okay. And it says that it was able to predict arrival at the proper point within 3 minutes, vice picking it with a 12-minute air on Apollo 10.
Yeah.
So, and with that 3-minute air, now we could have corrected that had we have done a mid-course 1, okay?
Yeah.
And probably pulled it down to like a minute. But we waited for 26 hours and let that that little bit overspeed change our trip time. We took that much change in trip time.
Okay, fine, thank you.
And all maneuver events should change by that same amount of time, and should all AOSs and LOSs. However, there should be no impact to the flight plan. That is, you know, powering up the limit and all that. They ought to be able to go to the flight plan. What's 3 minutes, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
All of us.
Okay, stand by for shutdown. Shutdown.
Shutdown. 2 valves closed, 2 barbers.
Okay, Delta V thrust normal A is off. Stand by for the gimbal motors off.
Okay.
Pitch 1 off, mark.
Got it.
Yaw 1 off, mark.
Got it.
Pitch 2 off, mark.
Got it.
Yaw 2 off, mark. 4 gimbal motors off.
CBC servo power off.
Both off.
A bus ties, AC off. BC off. Proceed. Let's look at the... Go. No, we don't need that.
Very nice looking engine. Well, that one just skipped. A lot of grand you call it 3/10, but I'm 3/10, 0 and 0 essentially.
All right. Get the EMS function off. How about going at it and max?
Okay, we're in DAP control.
Okay,
All right. EMS function off. You got the WC?
Yeah.
Minus
EMS load
5.2.
standby. Mag load 3 to 82.
3 to 82.
That's and max.
Max.
ECM bit rate going to low. Go. Okay. Control power jack 2 up
And
low.
here we all are. Okay, I'm on activation 2 in the checklist
Two
here,
open.
8148.
Proceed and go to burp 82. No. Better than what it says. Yeah, good. Get there, friend.
Friendly FAO's there too. Okay, Capcom, Telcom, y'all with me?
Up to date. Now I get everything. Yeah, there we go. It's improved.
Capcom, that is where we start, right? That's where we start, right? Telcom, is that right?
I'll listening to the tape. Please report that.
Okay, and that's pretty straightforward. They're going to look at all the sides. By the way,
66.1 by...
the basic, if you can believe it, the May 26th date on that page with no changes. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Oh, how about that, sports?
Oh, okay, on activation 2, you're right.
Page, yeah, activation 2. Okay,
5.7.
activation 3, I've got that June the 20th. Right, look at
we're
this
more
activation.
elliptic now.
Activation 4, June the 20th. Activation 5.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking at
May
the
26th, same.
Hey, you got any more any more switches for me? No. When everybody likes this one, why don't you try Verb 83 or Verb 66
Okay,
or...
activation 7, I got that changed to June the 30th, Rev C.
See how much it is.
Same thing. Activation 8, May the 26th. Activation 9, May the 26th.
158.
Switches, activation 10.
Capcom.
Is,
158. Okay.
Yes.
Reasonable.
11.
Verb 66. Vote on Verb 66. Everybody in favor of Verb 66?
Do you know where he might have gone? Activation. No, call from the White House formation. Stand by. Roger. June the 30th.
We ought to get our look at 10.
Well, let's see, we didn't gain any on the plugs that time. We're still 2 tenths behind.
Stand by one. So we're tracking him down.
Okay, so you think about
That thing up
He's in some meeting here. Where would you like him to call?
Huh? It's going to say
let's see, this is just...
but I waited for it to start an upward trend on the first burn. Understand, that's all right.
Actually, on the next rev.
Yeah, that'll be the next time around, probably.
Oh,
The day of my flight plan, and FAL, we did send us up to them, didn't we, to check their 16mm sequence camera, the one that they couldn't do when they got in at first because they didn't have any power. Is that right? I've got you added that to...
That's affirmative.
yeah, roll 180, pitch down 81, or break. God damn, here comes the gas.
That update to the flight plan?
That's affirmative.
Oh, okay. So we are still talking about, we're now on somewhere around page 54, 354 in the flight plan here, for the AOS on the second rev there. Lunar rev.
Where's battery A, huh?
But really the fourth rev, I should say, make it straightforward. Okay. So then we turn the batteries on. Watch all that good stuff. Roger. And we set up the
2 breakers out there, 2 breakers out there.
Roger. Okay, and then on 814, is that one you were showing us? That's June the 30th.
That A, you think?
Let's see, Owen went over this with us, Charlie, yesterday. And I guess so, you're going to be here to do this, right?
Yeah. 180, and then we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Down, all right?
And,
well, you might as well go to your...
He gave me a briefing on that.
okay, all right, he told you about that step 5 there. And network, I guess, that's the same thing we talked over with them yesterday.
Fire Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, one other one I'd like to point out here. Whenever we're in download backup, to get a lockup on the data, we might want the LMP to maintain some silence for about 15 or 20
pass
seconds.
through upgrade at some point.
Possibly.
Okay. I don't think that'll be any problem.
All right, Reverend and Dane, you know.
We'll remind him of that if it comes up. Thank you for that.
Well, it's going to be a long time for that, considering it's 39 and
when we get squared away there.
Right.
Okay, that's June the 30th. Okay, then
Oh, I
we
want
get
to get through it,
satisfied
I
with all that comm there on
Yeah.
that page, Capcom, and that may take a little while, but we should have plenty of time to do that. And we're doing this while the command module is doing a P22, I guess. Is that right? Or has he already done that? He's done that on the previous rev, I guess.
Yes, he finished it the first part of this rail.
You can maintain orbit?
Yeah, sure enough he did.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
It's going to be sort of a pass-through orbit kind of thing. Because
but I guess
if I whip, do it in a hurry, I got to pitch down 80 degrees, stop the pitch, or stop almost all of it, except for the orbit amount.
We get ready?
That's going to wait till I get.
We don't care what the attitude
Do we have to do anything?
No, we just switch antennas.
Okay. That's going is if we know we're in a bad attitude. Will you be able to tell that real time if we're in a bad attitude? I don't know what kind of overlap there is, but if we're halfway in between 4 and 10.
Yeah, we can look at the CSM gimbal angle.
Okay, you might be prepared to do that because we'll delay that until we can get to some reasonable position on that. Okay, rather than, you know, if we can't make a normal downboard mode work with a 2 10-foot dish, before we start tracking down black boxes, we might be sure we're in a reasonable attitude. And if it looks like to me we could afford to wait.
Well, the one objective of this test was performing in this attitude because it was the attitude to simulate the
no doubt which way that
and all that. Or prior to that.
Yeah, okay, but that's fine, except I'm talking about in a case where we decide to go ahead and try to do it while he's doing the landmark tracking, which case the attitude would be a little bit different. Are you saying we do have to wait then? Or we should wait? Well, we should. Okay, we can wait.
Here's that same one going by again, Neil. Remember?
Okay, then if all
right
that
job.
works okay there on page activation 14, then we go to 15 and turn everything off, essentially. And we have a couple items here that
All right, Capcom. Hey, step 5 on 14, the way I got it says PCM low. We don't want to deactivate the comm until we get a go from the network. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
Around the rim. Hey, well, most things rolling over. I'm going to take a peek.
Next page starts shutting things off.
180 if you don't mind.
Okay, and then
we think we're gonna have to. We don't think we're gonna have to go to the high taps, do we, on the gas?
we shouldn't, Charlie.
Okay.
Okay, and then
It's just going by.
we got a little data here that the controller's looking at, and there's only a couple of things that may make us want to do something different. If the battery malfunctions or some max pressure problems, we may have to do something different from the checklist, but otherwise we'll just take the data in and think about it for the next 10 hours or so. And control is going to be hot on top of that, right?
Yeah, flight, I think we decided that we probably wouldn't pressurize at this point if we had that condition.
What's that supposed to be inside some of these?
Well, there wouldn't be anything for it.
As far as you're concerned, there's nothing you can do except talk about, get the data and think about it. Okay.
Boy, you can really see the slumping now. Most of the...
Now, let me see here.
You can see where it's all gathered down in the bottom, in the corner.
The white stuff is no sweat on that. That's a high round stuff, I guess. We never had to activate that one. Okay.
Evidently, it gets
okay, then there's an
covered over after a while.
It looked okay. We'll read that again. And we get back in.
There's always a certain amount of the white stuff right in the edges.
I guess that ought to do it, shouldn't it? Anybody got any comments?
Pretty characteristic of all of these
we must be
white
ready.
conical ones.
Okay, thank you. Go back amber, please. Green, please, and we'll stand by for AOS.
Yeah, you know, you can change the color what you're looking at by moving your head to a different spot in the window.
And the FAO, we in amber there.
Looking in a different direction.
Speak.
Houston Voice here.
Yeah, Capcom.
Yeah, have you made any progress in locating Mr. Craft, sir?
Yeah, he called.
As far as I know. Pardon, sir? I can't hear you.
He called. I understand he's on the telephone.
No, sir, he's not called through me. I have a signal board here waiting for him.
Stand by.
I haven't heard any woo-woos.
There's something we should be woo-wooing about?
Wait till we get to the VHF on, then we hear the woo-woo.
Okay.
He's on the phone, but he's stand by one. We'll put him on. You want him to dial 5605?
Yes, he can dial 5605. Can he get to this loop?
Just a minute.
I sure hate to say it based on looking through this binocular, but there's a white spot. It's just like a crater. It looks like a lot of other these small fresh ones in the bottom
We'll
of
be
this
calling you just a minute.
Sorry to it looks like instead of there being a crater, looks like it's a rock. It's just my eyes deceiving me.
How's that roll doing, Neil? Oh, you got about 30 degrees to go.
Oh boy. Okay. How far are you gonna roll?
Over and over. Got that Drex O2 track, don't you?
Yeah, just a tiny bit. So it's not rather interesting to see some of this dump going straight in polar orbit. I wonder how long it's going to take before it impacts. But obviously, it's not really in polar orbit, it's going on. Going off that one? Yeah, it's inclined at a small angle. Yeah, it looks like it's going straight out there, though. It's real funny. But like that one's got a little curve on it. Would you believe that now? One went out and curved around like that. Very nice?
I guess it's just going across another particle.
No. It's a curve. It had a little bubble in it that came to the surface and went kapoom. And there's atmospheric drag up here. Departed it with a little delta V. I think what's really happening is we're rolling and it's changing the angle. I'm looking out the window. Get down 80 degrees to 1893, down 293, I believe that. I don't know what rate would be reasonable.
Okay, it's about 7 minutes till ALS.
Down 80 degrees in 7 minutes, that's about 10 degrees per minute. 10 degrees per minute.
Ten over floating up here.
61.6. Oh, Mike probably let him out.
That works.
Yeah, I almost get it there. Damn, I don't want any more than that. Let me open the battery sensor with a pad. What's going on here? Too bad we can't stop right here and observe the Earth come up. Well, we got to get that picture one time.
We probably could. We could stop it right here if you want to send the gas.
Yeah, that's no trouble, doesn't it? Yeah. What do you think? Picture looking out over the limb as well.
Yeah. It can be a bad picture. Why don't we stop it?
Okay.
See, we ought to be able to get high gain from this adaptation. We ought to get the long lens on, right?
Yeah, we ought to get the 250. We ought to do the 250.
You got 4 minutes. Well, we're going to run a...
Are we good enough attitude? I hope so. We are out this window, babe, but we're not out that one. If the Earth is right there, that's where it's coming up, huh? Better be.
You want color? Decom flight. You better have color.
Yeah, you want
okay,
color?
You're going to do this on a Roger flight, and we'd like to bring it up to about 5.4 with a direct O2.
There it is. I got a clean window over here, so don't sweat that one too much.
Did Decom talk to you about this?
No.
What we're saying here is that when they pressurize the LEM, before they pressurize the LEM, we would like to have them bring the cabin up as they did at 56 hours, except that they can bring it up to 5.4 instead of, I think it was 5.7.
Probably over there on the shelf.
And the reason for this is so that when the LEM, based on the LEM leak rate,
The wall
we think this will prevent us from having the emergency regs kick in. It'll give us enough oxygen in the cabin to pump up the LEM
big chunks of white stuff just lump down.
Okay, we got only, what is our LEM send up to right now? Anybody got a hack on that one?
The LEM people tell me, the LEM people tell me that the LEM pressure is 3.7 now. So we're about 1 psi below the command module at this time. And I think
I would imagine they will be pumping it up to 5.7. But we don't.
Why do you think they'll do that?
Yeah.
Well, the checklist doesn't seem to call.
Well, I know it doesn't say.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what they did last time, and I can imagine it.
Yeah, but I thought it called for it last time, I think. Well, if
You're
they
right,
do that,
you're
all
right,
well and
Bill.
good. If they do that, that's fine. The thing I'm thinking about is that they'll probably want to do that right away. In fact, they may already be pressurizing the LEM when they come around the corner, to tell you the truth. So I guess we need to get that word up to them fairly quickly.
Mark, 2 minutes from time for predicted acquisition of the Apollo 11 spacecraft.
Econ,
During this upcoming pass, we'll have our second excursion on the part of the Apollo 11 crew into the Lunar module. The LEM
Prior
is
planning
pressurized
prevents
by a valve in the tunnel hatch. And
Where'd you ever hear that one, bud?
as a point of interest, will remain pressurized following this period of activation and after the members of the Apollo 11 crew return to the command module. For this period of activation, it's definitely planned that Buzz will go into the LEM, and there is a distinct possibility that Commander Neil Armstrong could exercise his option and go into the LEM. Our station to acquire, as we come around the far side of the moon, will be Goldstone. Mark, 1 minute from predicted time of acquisition, and we're standing by.
150.
Okay, everybody, a minute to AOS here. Let's stand by.
No. I'm going to put the other one back on there. I was just going to say that for the direct check.
Fail flight.
Wow.
Mark, 30 seconds.
I didn't see any where we passed up that P-22 data down there. Is it just because I can't find it, or is it because it isn't in here? Or we haven't passed it up yet? Yeah, I know it, but where does it call for it in the flight plan? 81 hours.
I could focus the section a little bit better.
Yeah, there it is. Back there.
Mark, 10 seconds from predicted time of acquisition.
Gotcha.
I'm not really sure what you're looking at. There's a mighty big fresh block down on that tree.
You got that pad about ready? Yes, sir. We got it ready. We're going to check it again after we get back. Okay. Make sure it's done all right. Very good. Two. We got all your seats mustered up.
Wow.
A couple hours in.
Actually, look, pockmarked.
You and the shadow.
Sure enough, they're not filled in. Pockmarked. Looks like somebody's painted weight vertically down the edge.
Goldstone has acquired Apollo 11.
For the landmark tracking.
Yes, sir, Charlie. We're just going to wait and make sure that the LOI-2 is not on.
Contact, we go for command in? Not yet, sir. Okay.
Stays into the llama.
That work, right?
Goldstone just lost its plane.
All right.
Here. Yeah, I got the view over there. I guess I better get the high gain launch on. Come up? Yep. We need that section camera. So you still got high gain?
This is Apollo Control, Houston, standing by at this time at 80 hours and
minus
35 minutes.
67. Zero. Okay, manual. Auto. Medium.
Ghost on in Hawaii has AOS.
Can't make up its
Both
mind between
Ghost
0
and Hawaii have acquired a signal. We will...
Okay, we got...
Houston, we're standing by. Over.
Roger, Houston. Burn status report follows. Delta Sig 0, burn time 17. Angle for the pad values. Delta V GX was plus 0.3. VGY minus 0.0.
VGY minus 0.0.
VGZ minus 0.1.
VGZ minus 0.1.
Delta VC minus 5.2.
Minus 5.2.
Fuel 362. Aux 364.
364.
Unbalanced plus 50.
Unbalanced.
And our post burn now 94. 66.1 by
66.1 by 54.4. Go ahead.
Roger, we copy, Neil. Would you say again the Delta VZ? We missed that, over.
Roger, that was minus 0.1.
Roger, copy the burn report. Sounds good.
And I'll look it up here.
This is VX, this is TIG, this is Delta TV, this is first VG.
Say again.
We're missing, whether the burn was on time, we're missing his Delta TV, his first VGX, and Delta VX.
Delta VGX is minus 0.1. Stand by on it. Apollo 11, Houston, we missed your Delta TIG and also your Delta burn time, over.
Delta TIG was 0 and the burn time was 17 seconds.
Copy, 17.
You heard that report from Commander Neil Armstrong indicating that LOI-2 came off almost precisely as planned.
That's firm.
Apollo 11, Houston, we'll be satisfied if you pump up the cabin to 5.4, over.
Okay, we're showing about 5.2 right now.
Roger.
Econ, you want 5.4 on your data or his? He's been reading a little bit higher than you have on mission, right? His data is 5.4. Okay. And Charlie the Lamb CM Delta P is just over 1 pound right now.
Copy, out.
Network flight. Flight Econ, we have a high bit rate now. Oh, very good. Agree.
Econ,
Making nice
Capcom
in there, aren't you? GNC? Oh, was that was 24 something, wasn't it? GNC flight. Go ahead, flight. What was the N2 in Bank 8 pre-burn?
Pre-burn value?
2418, that's what Dr. Lowe was saying. So we did stop from. Okay.
GNC, Capcom,
Your system off nice.
Looks real good flying. We got all the values we expected there from that burn. Looks like everything's known.
Okay. Network flight. Flight network. You gonna put the 210-foot dish on...
Econ, Capcom of 1.
Go ahead.
Hey, Clint, did they activate the primary lab?
Negative.
We're off on both of them.
That's looking nominal.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
We handed over the carrier to Hawaii.
How you doing, Econ? You trying to get your BSE rewound and all that? That's affirmative, flight. The command system on functioning. We should have it here in a minute. We've got LOS here. They're trying to handle it. Yeah. Okay, you've got him through Hawaii, Capcom.
Roger.
Are you having trouble locking up?
We have two-way lock right.
Did you have it right away?
Negative. Approximately 1 minute later, after the handover. We are having weak signal strengths there. Sync downlink minus 147.
Okay. You're supposed to be on the high gain antenna. Econ? Yes, sir. He's supposed to be on the high gain, isn't he? He was going to fly on high gain. We still have two-way lock.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Network flight. Gentlemen down here to contact me on the flight director, please. Yep.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Capcom, Comtech. Signal strength is too low yet.
Okay.
Go ahead, flight. Do you have two-way lock? That's negative, flight. Okay. Flight is so. We're standing by for him to acquire on high gain. Yeah. Okay.
This is Apollo Control
11, Houston, if you read, please attempt to acquire on the high gain. We're having trouble locking up on the TM and we have no voice. Over.
This is Apollo Control Houston. You copied that report. We're standing by for Apollo 11 spacecraft to acquire on the high gain antenna. Meanwhile, onboard readings on orbital parameters were 66.1 nautical miles by 54.4 nautical miles. Very close to the planned altitudes that were predicted prior to the LOI-2 burn. At 80 hours, 46 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Flight network. Go. Okay, we are copying the voice downlink on the Goldstone 210. So we are going to that 210-foot antenna for voice at this time. Okay. And by the way, Capcom's transmission in the blind was rogered.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good hit on the Goldstone contact.
Ernie, give me a call when we get it on it. When we get it.
We have data. We're going to high bed right now. Okay. Well. Capcom, give him another call.
Okay. Hello, Apollo 11. Roger, we're reading you 5-by. Go ahead, over.
Roger, we have you on high gain now.
All right, we lost a TM and a voice for about 5 minutes here. We were attempted a handover and fouled it up in some manner, but we got you back now. Thank you much.
Okay, we're pressurized on LIM at this time.
Copy.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 80 hours, 48 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Very preliminary ground readings indicate an aperloon of 65.6, paraloon 53.7.
That's from, but we got a crack at him before we lost TM. He's in a good orbit. Residuals on his orbit, on his vector, were like 1 foot per second off the Doppler. And the confirmed orbit, best we know it right now, 65.7, 53.8, which is right where we wanted it.
Okay. Now.
And we were going to begin our team handover down here. I'll give you an amber. How's that?
Okay, I think we need to. Is that good enough for you, FAO, to press on with that P22 update? Or do you need to wait a while till you get a little bit better tracking?
No, sir. We have it right here.
Oh, okay. Righty, come. Go. They are charging Bat A now. Okay. How does all that LIM pressurization look like? Looks like they're doing it right. We're down to 4.7 on the cabin now.
He called and said he was.
Yeah, he said he was. I just wanted how it was going.
Fido Capcom, Okata.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Hey, Dave, was it 65.7 by 53.8?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that based on Doppler or our tracking?
That's based on confirmed maneuver only.
Okay.
TCOM flight, are you getting your dump?
That's affirmative. We're dumping now.
Okay.
FAO Capcom, okay.
Go Capcom.
Okay, Tom, is lat line still the same as in the flight plan?
That's right.
Okay.
No way of changing that yet. You know, he's going to pick his own landmark in that region anyway.
Alrighty.
He's going to do auto optic, get that flat and long, pick his own landmark.
Right. Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, we have a P-22 auto optics update for you if you're ready to copy, over.
Ready to copy.
All right, Mike. It's a landmark Alpha 1, T1, 823735. T2 is 824250. We're 7 miles north. Over.
I copy P-22, T1 time 823735, T2 824250, and the target is 7 miles north. Thank you.
Roger.
Flight GNC, we have that playback of that burner account for us. Okay.
That was passed up to Mike Collins, the command module pilot, who will occupy himself during this pass on over the front side with landmark tracking activities. At 80 hours 53 minutes into the flight Apollo 11, we continue to monitor.
Too late now, ASA. Was going.
Yeah, it was.
Looked like a good burn flight. All right. FAO flight.
Go flight.
How come it isn't exactly 5 minutes between T1 and T2?
T1 is defined as when you come over the horizon, and T2 is defined as when you're at a 30 degrees elevation angle, and that is about 5 minutes, but not exactly.
Okay. But all the times after that are exact, right? All those 40 seconds, 25 seconds.
Well, we'd like to have the markings spaced over the up the pass like that, but we could plus minus 5 seconds good enough.
Oh, yeah.
GNC Capcom Local 1.
Good, Captain.
Hey, Jack, earlier Mike was complaining about this minimum impulse stuff. If we go, after we go inertial here at 8104, And there is something there that sends to...
It's a distinct impression, Charlie, that Mare surface laps up over the edge of the mountains at the shoreline.
Roger, we copy.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 80 hours 56 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Our current velocity reading 5,334 feet per second. Current weight of the spacecraft in orbit 70,505
Will you be able to tell
pounds.
when them is...
Apollo 11 Houston, on your comment about the Mare lapping up to the terrain, mountainous terrain, is that an impression like a lava flow coming in around a prominence, Neil, or does it more look like it's sloping up at that point, over?
It isn't true everywhere, but there are certainly places where there seems to be a slope downward toward the shoreline on the Mare. In other words, from the Mare down to the shoreline is a downward slope, indicating it might be a lava front.
Roger.
He's saying that Mare is higher than the surrounding terrain. Isn't that what he's saying?
That was Commander Neil Armstrong talking to
That's not the way I see
capsule
it.
communicator Charles
At the
Dean.
shoreline, it seems to have
Our current
sloped.
orbital readings
Down,
are
down.
showing
Yeah, that's
Down into the Mare is the way I copied that.
No, I thought he said the other way around. The Mare slopes down into the...
Right, yeah.
At 80 hours, 58
I think what he's
minutes
trying to
into
say
the
is
flight,
like a lava
we
flow,
continue
and
to
then it's
monitor, and this is Apollo
That's what
Control
he said, in
Houston.
fact, I guess.
GNC Capcom, back to you. GNC Capcom, Local 1.
Go ahead, Captain.
Hey, Jack, what I was going to say is back when we go inertial here, you know, and Mike was complaining of something tend to torquing down.
Right.
Can we watch RCS duty cycles during this time we're inertial to see if to get a hint of excessive activity in one direction?
Yeah, if we're in an attitude hold mode.
Or we will be for about 45 minutes this past. Could y'all look for that?
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is he will be. You got to look at the control mode there. If he's in minimum impulse mode, that's good.
Island and Masculine, yeah.
Say again, Neil, over.
We just crossed Duke Island and Masculine, W.
Roger.
Charlie.
Go ahead.
We'll be looking at that.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours into the flight of Apollo 11, a period of relative quiet. No doubt the Apollo 11 crew quite preoccupied in preparation for the activation of the limb. During this period of relative quiet, we'll pass along heart rates from the LOI-1 burn. That's LOI-1, not LOI-2. We have yet to receive those numbers. The heart rate for the commander, Neil Armstrong, read 106. The command module pilot, Mike Collins, 66. And for the lunar module pilot, Buzz Aldrin, we have a reading of 70. At 81 hours, 1 minute into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Your RCS, does that look okay for LOI-2?
Looks good, fine. We have the expected usage from Bravo and Delta, and looks like the usage has been pretty much as we expected. Okay. We'll have all those plots and everything up to speed here a little later on. We'll show you those.
Oh. Okay. Network flight. Network flight.
Flight guide.
Go.
You just went into P50.
Flight nowhere.
Okay.
Go ahead, flight. It's nowhere.
Yeah. How about a small story on that comm problem a little while ago? As far as you know, the ground station's all okay?
That's affirmative, flight.
You get the impression that we were chasing the spacecraft antennas around there.
Raj, the only problem we had was an updated buffer at Goldstone, and we switched to Hawaii for uplink. However, the downlink was bad at both stations, and we think that his high gain acquisition wasn't until after some time.
Yeah, okay.
Mills, as soon as he told him to reacquire, about just 30, 40 seconds after that, White popped right in.
Yeah. They've probably been trying before that too. I imagine. Must have been obvious to them that we didn't hear them. But anyway, okay.
Flight final.
Go.
Crew might be interested to know sometime during the day or night that the miss distance now that we have is significantly less based on that burn. This thing will be jockeying around. Right now it's 0.07 mil, and we checked their orbit at 126 hours. Looks like they'll go into 59.9 by 59.4 at the time of CDH.
Wait a minute, now this distance is 0.07 nautical mile, degrees north.
Yeah, this thing will keep bouncing around for all intents and purposes. You can tell them it's zero. We'll get better on that as we get closer.
Okay, and then the orbit at expected orbit at PDI or DOI, I guess.
Negative at CDH.
At CDH.
That's where we're circularized. That's what this whole LOI-2 targeting was based on.
Okay.
59.9, 59.4.
59.9 by 59.4.
Roger that.
Okay.
Flight guide.
Go.
He's completed P52.
Okay, how it look?
Looks real good.
Okay, GNC, did you copy that?
Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 5 minutes into the flight, still a period of relative quiet. Our ground readings indicate that the Apollo 11 spacecraft has completed its program 52. That's to align the inertial platform. Indications from the ground are that this activity went very well. And at 81 hours, 6 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Telcom flight. Telcom flight. Go ahead, flight. Did you get together with your guys, or whoever that is, and talk about this, what to do in case I'm able to get the limb on some of these comm modes? What the procedures ought to be, like, for example, that first one?
Okay, we come up, first thing we want to verify if we have a VHF or a S-band problem.
What do you mean, VHF?
Well, can he, see we've got the VHF powered up in concurrence with the S-band, okay?
Yeah.
Now, let's try to isolate what's an audio center problem or a S-band problem.
Okay. But the VHF doesn't have anything to do with it, does it?
Well, yeah, if he can talk on VHF, it's an S-band problem. If he can talk and hear on VHF.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying? If it's not, it's a total audio center problem.
Or something else. Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
So we need to, the VHF will be on anyway, won't it?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It'll be on, and we'll try to isolate VHF or S-band.
Okay, he talks to the command module on VHF.
Right. And get a report back from Columbia.
Okay.
Okay. Then that, if it turns out to be an S-band problem, we'll do is probably try...
You can do the same thing by having the other guy try to talk too, can't you? I guess that doesn't isolate all the components, so...
No. To have him go to the normal voice position on the voice switch. I would try another channel in your voice circuitry.
The normal voice, low bit rate, presumably.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and if still no joy there, we would probably try to the secondary transceiver combination.
Okay. All right, suppose it's the audio center.
Well, his audio center, he wouldn't have had any VHF.
Right, what would you do then?
Okay, then we'd go to the audio controls and back up on it.
Okay, that's the same thing though as getting the CDR to talk.
Yeah.
But except he's probably not even plugged in, has he?
Right, it's using his audio center and the circuit breaker's in.
Okay. Is that all as far as we can pursue that one?
Yeah. Well, if
I guess we could plug into his audio center and try it over there too.
Yeah, we could try that if it didn't work.
That'd be a bad day. That won't happen, I'm sure. Okay.
I guess the first thing, of course, we want to verify if we don't get any joy is verify all switches are in the configuration as listed and circuit breaker.
And the attitude is correct. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I was kind of assuming that. Okay. Econ flight. Econ flight.
Flight econ.
Okay, I assume you finished the DFE dump and all that good stuff.
That's affirmative.
Okay, everything look okay. Your radiators still look pretty good, lower than your...
That's affirmative. It all looks good, Flight.
Okay, and I'd like to go over that procedure on the backside, this backside path.
Okay. The procedural changes?
The ones, yeah, changes due to the O2 flow sensor being bad.
Okay.
And Capcom, can you make that? We want to go over the changes in the procedures due to the O2 flow sensor being bad for tomorrow on this backside pass, and we'll plan at some time to read them up to the crew before they go to sleep today.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours 15 minutes. It's been an extremely quiet pass. No doubt the Apollo 11 crew quite busy at this time. We expect at the time entry is made into the lunar module, Apollo 11, as a matter of fact, will be out of acquisition, traversing over the far side of the moon. At the present time, we read an altitude, current altitude reading of 56.7 nautical miles. Our ground displays indicate an apoloon of 65.4, a paraloon of 53.8, and spacecraft velocity of 5,364 feet per second.
Contact.
continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 16 minutes into the flight.
That's Capcom looking.
.051.
Is he done his P-52 yet?
Yeah, I'm giving FAO park angle. Would you like?
No. What did it look like? Good?
Okay, they were all small.
Good.
And Z was minus .028.
Thank you, Gary.
And the time they torqued him was 8105. Oh. Okay, still.
Telcom, Capcom, OK2.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Hey, Merlin. When I power up configuration here 9LM, we're going to get some TM down, aren't we?
Yeah, the next pass.
That's what I meant. And let's see,
we're sitting here anxiously.
Standing by, huh?
Roger that.
He won't get, will we get everything coming down on the TM? Or
we're going to go from low bit rate to high bit rate. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, with the PMP breaker closed and the signal sensor closed and the PMT, we get everything down, but he won't be able to see anything in the cockpit except for the ECS display, right?
And we got the ECS display and a comm display.
And an EPS display.
Yeah.
Okay. But things like RCS and all that jazz.
Yeah, he shouldn't be able to read it.
Okay, but we'll get that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
decom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
You got any clues here to what's happening?
Negative.
You can't tell that the pressure is all up.
Well, it looks like he's pressurized okay.
Are we almost back up to normal op pressure and everything? Like
the cabin is nominal, right? Everything looks just like it was before he started the process.
Okay. Control flight.
Go ahead, fly.
Do you have yesterday's docking angle?
Affirmative, it's plus 2.05 degrees.
Plus 2.05.
Affirm.
Thank you. Capcom flight.
Go.
Hey, I would like to hear some words from them anyway. Can you think of some way to find out what they're doing?
Yeah, I'll ask them just a minute.
Okay, well, you might ask them for the docking index. They're probably already got the hatch open, don't you think?
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We're wondering if you're started into the limb yet, over.
We have the SAM hatch out, the drogue and probe removed and stowed, and we're just about ready to open the LEM hatch now.
Roger, thank you much, Neil. We'll be standing by.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 24 minutes now into the flight. The silence of conversation between Mission Control Center Houston and the crew was broken there moments ago. Charlie Duke called up Apollo 11 and spoke with Neil Armstrong, who indicated the hatch was out and the probe and drogue removed, and they were about ready to open the lunar module hatch. Our current altitude shows 54.7 nautical miles, Apolloon 65.4, Paraloon 53.8.
Listen, is Deke there?
Interestingly enough, the part of the LEM activation,
Tom Stafford's not there,
which we will follow up most closely, will be at time of reacquisition following our pass over the far side of the moon. This will be on the front side. It will afford us an opportunity for a communications check with the lunar module, and there will be a transfer to LEM power. At 81 hours, 25 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Okay, Charlie, we're in the LEM. The docking index mark is the same.
Roger, we copy.
You heard that report from Neil Armstrong. They're now in the lunar module.
Flight, we don't recommend that they start powering up, do we? We got only 19 minutes for LOS.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I was kind of hoping they wouldn't ask.
They've probably done all those things, though, haven't they?
They're ready to go. Yeah, well, I'm sure they're in there and going through this entry status check. It'll take them about 2 seconds, and maybe they're going to be storing stuff. But I don't know. I'm sure he's going to be...
There doesn't seem to be any slow way to get that repress to auto without making a big bang.
Apollo 11, Houston, say again, over.
Roger, there just doesn't seem to be any slow way to get the repress from closed to auto and avoid a big bang, over.
Oh, we copy, Buzz. Thank you much, Al.
We copy, that's right.
Oh, we concur with that, Buzz.
What is the...
Apollo 11, Houston, we'll have LOS 8145. Next, AOS, stand by. Next, AOS 8232, over.
Okay, 8232.
Go flight.
You copy that about the document text?
A firm, same.
Roger. Telcom flight.
Go flight.
Okay, if they whip through all this stuff here and get ready to turn on the batteries, there's no reason they can't turn on the batteries at will here and check that camera, is it?
Oh, yeah, they could. No real requirement to.
Well, except that we gave them a flight plan update that says they'll do it on the back side, and they can't check that camera with it power, can they?
You're talking about the camera check?
16mm sequence camera, so electric type in it.
Yeah, they need to power for that.
Yeah, and we told them to do that somewhere on the back side. I guess they did. That's what it looks like today.
Yeah, Apollo 11, I'm going to start a maneuver to P22 attitude this time.
No reason they couldn't go
11, roger, we copy, over.
Okay, and we're noticing some water inside the command module for the first time. There's a little puddle of it on the aft bulkhead, sort of like 101 head.
Roger.
I like to know how ECOM wants to get rid of it. There are a number of different ways, and what do you think the best one?
We'll be with you in a moment, Mike. Stand by.
No big rush, it'll wait till next rev or two.
All right.
ECOM flight?
This is Apollo Control Houston, 81 hours, 30 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11. The Apollo 11 commander and lunar module pilots appear to be a little bit ahead on their timelines in the LIM activation period.
Water in the CSM for the first
meanwhile,
bulkhead, and they'd like to
command
know what your
module pilot
recommendation is for getting rid of it.
Mike Collins proceeding further with his landmark tracking exercises. Mike also reported a little puddle of water inside the command module. Near the aft bulkhead, his reference
and flight, he's maneuvered to that landmark track attitude 30 minutes earlier.
To the Apollo 7 spacecraft, which was commanded by Walter Schirra.
And I guess sometime between now and LOS, you can tell him
our current
if he wants to go ahead and
altitude 54 nautical miles, current apoloon 65.4, current paraloon 53.8.
We will need the right attitude for the comm check.
We now show a weight in orbit of 70,472 pounds.
We're
this is Apollo Control Houston, continuing to monitor at 81 hours, 32 minutes into the flight.
Well, on the backside this time, it's going to be another hour.
There's no power off of them though, is it? We told him to check the sequence camera, I thought. So we want to tell him not to?
Well, I thought the sequence camera was after the LOS, after the comm check and all of that stuff. After we transferred power, he could check that camera.
No, I don't. I show that in my flight plan. It added to the items roughly at 8210. Is that right, FAO? FAO, you with me? Go flight. I say, we told him to check his sequence camera as part of those housekeeping chores there that happened about 8210, didn't we?
That's what I thought too, but I'm rechecking.
Hey,
I don't know if there's anything magic about that.
Yeah, look, he can get it configured for use, and then when we transfer to limb power, all he's got to do is throw the switch on and
be fine.
Push a breaker, and then I don't think you want to turn on those batteries earlier just for looking at a sequence camera.
But he can do all that other stuff, whatever else he has to do too, which is, I guess, nothing but the comm activation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll just tell him to wait until we get AOS before he turns on the power. They're going so good, I kind of hate to slow them down.
Yeah, but we're about 11 minutes to LOS here, and that's 30 minutes worth of... Buzz can kill a couple of reps just putting up the window curtains and all that stuff.
Yeah, Flight Telcom, we don't want to, I don't think, get them in too big a hurry. I don't think we want to do the comm test until we do get to the sleep attitude.
Yeah. That was what I started to say there, Capcom. There's something magic about the attitude.
Yeah, I agree.
And so that means we have to wait till after the P-22 before we can start the comm.
Right.
FAO. Go. All we told him on a 16mm camera is to check it during this entry into the limb rather than yesterday, and and he asked since he didn't want to do it yesterday without transferring to power, so I'm sure he'll wait till after he transfers to power.
Flight-Econ.
Go.
Okay, on this water in the spacecraft thing, if it's not too much, they can probably use their onboard sponges or whatever they have for that to get that up. If it's more than they can handle with that, there's a procedure that they can use in their checklist. 23 on F1014.
What do they do with it after they get it in the sponge?
I'm not sure where they store it, Frank.
Well, I think Mike's probably a little bit smarter than we are. He says there's 2 or 3 ways we can do it, and we ought to recommend the best way.
You're saying that there's only 2 ways. One way is to sponge it up. The other way is to plug it in and turn this hose on and suck it up. Is that right?
Well, there is another way that really is not too good to use their suit hoses, but this is what's recommended here.
Are you looking at that on 1014 there, Charlie?
Yeah.
I don't understand what they do with it when they get it in the sponge.
I guess I don't have an answer for that one. I don't know what they do with it either.
FAO? Are you listening? Don't listen.
Negative flight, I was talking to the network about another thing.
We're talking about this water that's in the aft bulkhead. Ecom is saying if there's a small amount of water, you can mop it up with the sponges, and if there's a large amount of water, you can go through a procedure there where you suck it up with a hose, not the ECS hose, but a hose connected to the dump system. And then the question, if there's a little bit and they mop it up, what do they do with it after they get it all soaked up in the sponge or whatever? Just stuff it in a waste container. Ecom, GNC, how do your systems look here for LOS?
GNC's go.
Ecom go fine.
Okay. Looked at the FM playback of the SPS burn there, GNC?
Roger, fine. Everything is nominal.
Okay. Fido flight? Fido flight?
Flight Fido.
I put some late model words on the orbit.
The latest I have, flight, is 53.9 by 65.4. I expect after LOS here to get a full pass of data in and possibly improve that somewhat. This is still based on a confirmation.
Okay.
As soon as we get that full pass in flight, I'll give you the updated values.
Okay, retro flight.
Go flight.
How's the TEI 5 pads? Okay?
That's affirmed right now. I'm still checking on it. I'll have the TEI landed for you pretty pronto. I'm waiting for the DCs and Fido.
Well, it looks like they're ready to go.
This is Apollo.
I'll try to have it for you by AOS.
5 minutes away from
Although it doesn't go up.
That's it, huh?
Spacecraft.
Okay.
We sit here to show them that's what you might
Okay,
the way you do it.
54.2 nautical miles.
Go ahead.
65.4.
Alrighty, all the systems look okay. We played back the LOI-2 burn. That looks alright. And
And I only have to decide what
the orbit that we have based on the limited amount of tracking is 53.9 by 65.4. We are projecting the conditions at CDH to be almost exactly what we had planned based on the 2 LOI burn. I mean, as a result of the 2 LOI burns, our CDH parameters should be very good. There's an awful lot of noise in this room.
Standing by at 81 hours and 41 minutes.
Okay.
Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston. We've played back the LOI-2 burn. It looked really good to us. The systems were all good. We got an orbit on a limited amount of tracking bait at 65.4 53.9. Over.
Sounds good, Houston. Sounds good, Houston.
Long trip for the film company.
Mark, 3 minutes now from predicted time of loss of signal.
Listen? Trouble getting in here.
Mark, 2 minutes now from time of LOS.
How's it going, Neil? You getting it? Well, the 70mm container's only got one black and white and one color in it. It's supposed to have two colors. That's mine. You got the wrong one. That's not the right one. The one you want, Neil, is way over here in R13. No, it's not in there. It was on my girth cell. Okay. Oh, okay, there it is. Did you get that one put back? No, but I will. Okay. I had it in my mind that our you want to do something with the coax filter, Neil? I'll stick it up there in the ceiling. Not really. There's a good place for it up there.
And
what's the 16mm bag? Yeah. 16mm bag as well? Yeah.
I believe we have, we were talking about 84 hours. I'm not sure if that is the
81 hours, 45 minutes.
At 84 hours, 25%.
This is Apollo.
That has not been updated yet to the crew. And when will the next one after that be, Econ?
When will the next one be?
Yeah.
We'll be for about 112 hours. 85% is about 112 hours.
85% is 112.
Stuff on 6.
That's the point in time where the evaporator would normally be activated.
Little piece of Velcro on the
dump that water low.
Say again, Frank.
You guys, I think, are an FAL flight. So y'all will look at the next dump at the inside time of 412. I would think you'd like to get into a posture sometime right after, just before the power descent or something, so that you could go all the way through that next whole period there with it requiring a water dump, because you kind of like to have that away from you, I think, if you can arrange it.
Yeah, we'd stay on the surface about 28 hours there, and if we did power descent essentially on empty tanks, we could make the whole 28 hours. Now what this really says is that we might want to dump again before we...
Can't you stop some of that racket up there?
Descent.
Huh?
Yeah, I think maybe that would be preferable.
But we need to dump before we go to sleep, though.
Okay, I guess we don't have to worry about that too much, but, I mean, second down. So we're down here at 84 hours or thereabouts. Y'all guys get converted.
That's the S-band.
Dump this time, we'll be at 85% when we wake up, and we'd like to go ahead and
turn your volume down.
Yeah, right. Guidance flight. Flight guide, please. I'm going to be looking to you for some words here.
Is that better on the S-band?
The B-22
Yeah.
is display to get all that stuff on, and they expect me to talk me through that. Okay, I guess you're the guy that can tell when they're taking the marks and all, aren't you? Right, the display will show you the marks on channel 11 right now. Okay. If I'm surely writing a checkpoint. Oh, yeah. Okay. All the marks there, all 5 of them will show up right there. All right.
That's cute. There's one that's got mission roll.
And the only other thing we got going is about this procedure here.
At the moment.
Capcom.
Like all this. Capcom network.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got Charlie on here. I'd like to talk to you about this next pass coming up. We've got our comm checks to make with the limb. We've got a problem at Goldstone, and we're going to have to go to the backup site in case we have to do any commanding. So the Hawaii tracking station is going to be on the command service module, and Goldstone will be on the limb.
That's fine there, Ernie. We're not going to do any commanding to the limb anyway.
That's
so we're
right.
in good shape.
Right. Now I want to talk about our comm configuration.
Okay.
Do we want a NASCOM relay here?
MAO guidance, look at that.
Or do you want to go normal, which means that the 2 spacecraft will not be able to copy the other spacecraft downlink?
Oh, you want to go normal, I think.
I would not be adverse to that, but I just want to make sure that we all understand.
Isn't that right, Charlie? Because they can communicate with VHF if they have to, and there's no point in setting up a relay.
Well, they can shout if they have to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we will go normal comm, which means that you will be uplinking. When you talk, you'll be uplinking to both birds, and you'll be able to monitor both downlinks.
Right.
And the spacecraft will not be able to monitor each other.
Right, we won't have a relay.
Right.
We may be ending up with one more than our
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And the Vogas will be in for the CSM.
Right.
Now, one of these will be changed over to the...
But not the
I
limb.
stole one tonight.
That's right. Never.
But one of them will change over to the...
Check around up here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Very good, Ernie.
I don't think this other one got changed.
No, I didn't.
You want to do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
in the meantime, let's see. Where's the phone going? The thing that would be nice to find out is if, how well so the 80 millimeter with the film pack on it, color. You put these in with those guys in there, too.
Which one you got? 60? 60 you do, and the 80 with in the...
Here's those.
Yeah. Dark slide in. Lock it the other way. Sorry, it'll pull it closed.
Oh, that's right.
Look. This will go up under here.
Well, that thing goes all over, doesn't it? Maybe we gotta do these the other way around. Yeah, we got two magazines, two color APX. One of them's R and the other is S. Yeah? I'm gonna put the R in the reserve camera. Okay. And the S in the surface camera. Good idea, even though we're going to use them the other way. You want to try it out in there? I guess we could open the window here just as well. Crossed it over. Is it? Well, I hate to stick my finger on it. I'm not sure which side it's on. I'll have to turn the heaters on tomorrow. Well, I think the sun's on. Yeah, the one on this side. Yeah. Black and white is magazine Q.
Go ahead.
Houston Voice here. Colonel John Edwards wants to speak to Major Duke. He's calling from Kennedy.
Okay, Colonel who?
John Edwards.
Okay, I'm Major Duke. I'll talk to him.
Okay, hold on, please. Colonel Edwards, go ahead. Major Duke's on the line.
Hello? Hello? Yes, Charlie Duke speaking.
Sir, there seems to be some mix-up in the, some coordinates on the telemetry console here. I hate to bother you, but can you give me the apogee and perigee of the present lunar orbit?
We got, let's see, 65.4 by 53.9. 65.4 and 53.9?
Do
Yeah.
Well, if any other, thank you very much, but if anything came up, what would be your extension at your console?
Oh, this is any need to take that up now.
You can get me through this Houston voice. It'd probably be the best way. That's the only thing I really monitor, telephone, so we don't monitor up here.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
See, we're in the backside now, right?
Yep. We're just coming into sunlight.
And we don't get the compass for the next. What's the mission time, Mike? 6 seconds. About 82 hours even. 82:02. Okay, when do you get your tracking? A little while. About what time? 1.5 hours. Before 83 hours? Wasn't that good yesterday? This is the sun was over here. Boy, look at that big mother coming up there. Looks like we're heading for really good sizing on the horizon.
Go ahead, Frank. Would you please put the countdown, the AOS time?
Getting enough.
I don't think there's any place except in here that it says anything about 16 millimeter settings.
In the card, right?
No, I'm thinking about for the defense. Here we go. 16 millimeter APX 4, 576 frames a second.
You got the flight plan handy, Mike?
Yes, I have. Just a
I don't want it up here. I just want you to, when you get a chance, to read off the items that are on there, make sure we got them.
to perform housekeeping chores, stow helmet, storage bag, unstow mirror, checklist and disposal assembly, stow interim storage assembly, unstow and configure for use 16 millimeter HCEX F4 500 Infinity 6 frames per second. That's all it says. And upgrade is where we are now. Next thing is an hour from now, you transfer the LEM power and activate the comm. Control feature second. You say something about taking pictures right now? No. Set up the camera. Yeah, no, I don't think they'd take a very good picture right now. Yeah, you get way up there and you can... What about where the secondary... Oh, that's the thing that's holding up those down backwards. Well, if we could get a towel, we could get us a couple of fair to middling pictures out of here. All right. Yeah, some of it will come off anyway.
Telcon, Capcom, Local 2.
Go, Capcom.
Hey, Merlin, you got a EPS display called up?
Not right now. I get one pretty quick. Stand by one. It's channel 4.
Okay.
Right there in the middle column, the voltages and the total crap.
Yeah.
Cars is the forward window for a document. And you don't want the filter attached? Yeah, stuck it up here. Oh, that'll do. Warm it up. When do we have ALS? We should have ALS in, about another 20 minutes. It'd be nice. I think the way we're sitting, while we're going to be able to get a picture. And the Earth coming right up there. Really got that. Unique features, topography. Yeah, the rock has a beard on the top of it. Whatever you can use, 5.6 or the 250th? Typical. Yeah. What do you know, it works.
Get the stopwatch, right?
Yeah, you have an exact time of ALS? Of course, I don't have a watch set up for that. Yeah, is this where you want the cause? I'm just fooling around. What do you need? ALS time? ALS is going to be, yeah, let's see. 2:30, about 15 minutes from now. Okay, I'll get another good picture when it comes along. Well, hell, I guess we might as well load the other camera and make sure it works too, huh?
I guess the chronometer is with the cabin, huh?
Yeah. Now look, if we load this one, if I put the film on this one and take a picture or two, I'll have to take it back off again. That's the only trouble. I won't have to, but it doesn't stow as neatly. I don't mind doing power descent with a camera there. I think that's probably all right. Well, wait a minute. I bet I could put this one loaded where the other one goes.
Won't be hitting the stages very much.
That's flight.
Flight guys,
Yeah, while you're resting there, I'm looking at channel 11. That's the big display thing, right?
That's firm.
Okay, and I made some notes in my little B-22 update sheet here that says they ought to take Mark 1 ought to be at 40 seconds after T2 time. I better write that down. Mark number 1 at 82 plus 43 plus 30. And then Mark 3 over here is 82, 44, 20, and Mark 5 is 82 plus 45, 50. And well, I see this thing at the top of these little columns here where it says TMRK. Is that the time?
I hope. Right. That's right. So the pitch yaw roll or his gimbal angles at the time of the mark, and the shaft and trunnion there are the shaft and trunnion at the time of the mark.
Okay, a little while ago there was a display on there somewhere that on the same channel, in fact, they seem to have some processing on it.
So the select downstairs has some different displays where he takes the data in and processes it.
Okay.
No, I don't think you know. I don't think
when we get to one, I'll let you know.
Hey, Neil, you see any need for keeping this thing
I guess the big thing is
in the laminate cover for the camera?
Make them too fast maybe or something like that. Or is rate too slow perhaps. Or rate.
I don't know if we can tell that thing.
Think about that for a while. I got it loaded and I don't see any need to ever change it.
Okay.
If it works now, I guess if it quits, before we actually split EVA.
Word from the ECOMs here on this water business is what we said earlier.
Why, there might be some reason.
They can just sop it up with the sponges and throw them in some waste storage area somewhere. And if it's too
5,
much
6,
to do that, the best way is to use that Procedural and 10-14 where they use the urine hoses and suck it up.
All right.
Dump it overboard.
Fine.
Now, 2 pictures of that, one of Earthrise, and then we'll stow it. Well, I can't do anything till we transfer to Limpah.
Flight Final. Go. The previous rev of tracking data that we had confirms the orbit that we passed to him within 0.2 of a nautical mile on both ends. So I recommend that what we passed is confirmed.
Okay.
If any report is required, I'd just say we have confirmed it.
Can you tell about that plane change? Is the orbit behaving as you expected? Will we?
I'm plotting points down here, and I expect after a couple more passes to be able to get a trend out of it. It's not behaving exactly as we predicted, and we want to look a little bit more of the data.
You mean it isn't being dragged around?
How about this thing? You see any need to keep that in the line?
So I asked you that question, and then it slipped out.
We're going to plot them rev by rev.
Okay.
Dale, what did you do with the
Flight retro.
Bell camera backplate? Okay. What do you think about that?
And the reason that the clock was updated so that the thing would be zero at
Well, there's a COAS dust cover,
which it was.
I think fits in the same category, don't you?
We had intended to have 3 more clock updates. One for it to be zero at TPI, one's for it to be
The thing
zero
you
at
got to move out to put the COAS
and
in?
the one that I'm concerned with now to be zero at DOI. Okay, based on the present rate of drift on the clock, the thing is going to be off 20 milliseconds at DOI. We intended to update the thing at about 96 hours, but it looks like it's in a pretty heavy activity period for the crew, and we don't want to be messing around with that. So I talked to John and to Dietrich, and we would like to send the load up about the same time that this CSM state vector goes up at 8330, and it amounts to a 0.2 of a second update to the clock. And based on our drift, and it's really been holding in there good, we will have zero on the clock for DOI, and it'll also be very well applicable to the landmark tracking that's done right before that. So I'd like to go ahead and crank up that load and send it up to them along with when Gary sends it.
Well, I don't think they'll get it in before the landmark.
I'm sure the flight plan mail if you want.
Oh yeah, roger that. We want to have the thing. Yeah, that's right.
We mean, yeah, that's right. They're going to do landmark tracking pretty quick after AOS.
No. I mean for landmark tracking at about 99 hours.
Oh, I saw. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So anyhow, that's what we'd like to do, to send up this load to have that clock squared away for tomorrow's activities.
You got the load fixed?
I can get it up in there. I just wanted to confirm that with you.
All righty, fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
The razors in here. I think the changing thing was when I pulled it out, but
How much time to AOS, Mike?
2:30, well, about 5 minutes.
Sure.
Goldstone contact, net 1. Away contact.
know what I'm doing VHF on. Hey, Mike? Yeah. You got VHFC available? What? Say again? I don't know. According to this lousy thing, I'm powering up VHFC. PR. Not right now, not for another half hour or so. No, I know, but, are you going to have your VHF on? If I'm going to record your data, I am. Now, couldn't take diddly squat of that recording data.
Apollo Control Houston, we're now within 2 minutes from time of predicted acquisition of the Apollo 11 spacecraft. As we make this pass, near-side pass.
Okay, all flight controls, we're about a minute or so away from the LOS here. Let's everybody sit down and pay attention to this P-22 and this comm check so we can maybe make one comm check work correctly.
The communications check will be performed on the lunar module. We should be hearing such things as long counts being given from the spacecraft. Additionally, a new display, the lunar landing site display, is now up for the first time in Mission Control Center this flight. It's essentially a blow-up for the landing sites 1 and 2. We expect it to stay up through the time of lunar landing. Meanwhile, in Mission Control Center, Flight Director Milt Wendler beginning to discuss with members of his flight control team items that might be expected after we acquire. We're less than a minute away now at this time from
Capcom flight.
Our forecast acquisition.
Go ahead, Louis. Do you have a snow here from the Institute for Space Research?
Yeah, and I wasn't going to say anything about it.
Well, if you get a quiet time here, they might be interested in hearing that, don't you think?
I think they already heard about it. They said, because when I first came on, they were talking about looking at how you pronounce it, Aristarchus.
No, they looked at it. I think it'd be of some interest to them to note that they observed the thing to be about an order of magnitude brighter than the surrounding country.
Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't make any difference to me. They seem to be kind of scientifically minded people up there.
Standing by now.
They might be interested in knowing what to ground observe while they were looking.
Okay. Flight, I'm not going to bug them here on the LOS if they don't say anything. I'm just going to say we're standing by because he's got about 4 or 5 minutes till his sightings start.
Yeah, fine.
We have acquisition. We're receiving telemetry data at this time. Hawaii and Goldstone both have acquired.
Yep.
Very good.
You wake up tomorrow, let me know whether it's that time like that.
Houston, we're standing by. South.
Okay, Houston, we'll be doing sequence 2 in just a couple minutes.
Okay, Houston, we'll be doing sequence 2 in just a couple minutes.
Roger, we copy all that. You're looking good.
That was Mike Collins indicating he would be doing a little additional on contact. We should hear from him shortly.
Is the untaken all the time?
Okay. My only problem is I'm going to come over here and grab the switch and I'm the train controller. I'll be on you. I tell you what you could do, if you've not done anything else, is supposed to take 5 knots, 30 seconds to start. And I'll take the first one, you can put it back and Spacecraft, you know what I mean? Instead of coaching me along, I'll learn the Spacecraft, might be in the kid, might be in the kid, program alarm is normal. You'll reach that when the sun gets down to 50 degrees. All I'm doing is waiting for the sun to move. Yes.
No wonder the earth isn't moving.
I only got set up for this thing about an hour early. Better late than never. Better early than late.
Is your voice check yet?
Yeah.
Are you ready to proceed to the next one?
Hey, no, wait a minute. No, we haven't even started the LIM stuff yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, we're not even attitude yet. I was just making a voice check with the command module. We haven't even transferred power to the LIM yet.
Okay, pardon me. I got locked up on the wrong phone.
Okay.
What shipping?
11.
All in on. We'll see if you can find something just like that. I got the earth down by the truck. Following this window is, Neil, I think it's too cold in here. The cancer color's orange with the
This is a flight control Houston, 82 hours and 38.7 minutes on 11. And a single contact with our 11 thus far this class, identified he was still involved with program 22 of the auto optics non-tracking activity. We expect additional conversation as the task transpires. Presently we're reading
stage of the procedure. Look at the repair stuff. What I need is 3 to 5 tenths on this thing, closer to 3. I'll get it, but just double check. The 3 flights. Look working. We're going pretty good. 410. Or gimbal on. Or gimbal on. Probably going to take a week or so.
Okay, that data is all good there now. Oh, there it is, 80, yeah. Okay, 8243.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Houston, Apollo 11. Go ahead.
Right, yeah, you copy that 949 on your downlink if you had enough time off the week.
We got it. Go ahead, Mike.
What gimbal angle was that on the pitch when that activity started? Oh, must have been around 210. Okay, now the flight plan says where we want to stop. It's 229 is where we want to stop. Yeah, we've gone by that quite a ways. Is that local vertical?
Guys, let's wait till we see the 989 on the disc here. Okay.
Okay, the rest of those pictures are for the lunar surface. Want to go back to 229 or what? Let me see, flight plan. Yeah. Might as well just let it stop itself and then. Yeah, go ahead. The system like gangbusters?
We got the 989 stuff.
What, 22594?
See what you think you can leave on us, Capcom? Tell him it's okay to terminate?
That's what I want to do for 34.
Guys, we got enough of the data, haven't we? Guys, flight. Guys, flight.
Okay, so much for that.
FAO flight, are you happy with this data?
Yes, sir.
Guidance flight? Go flight. You satisfied with the 989 data? Right, flight, but we want to make sure he exits with the terminate this with the first. Okay, but the Capcom is standing by for you to tell him that. Oh, I guess he is.
I heard all that.
Okay, fine.
Apollo 11, Houston, we see
Oh,
you now.
beautiful view out here, Neil.
34 now. Beat me to it.
Yeah, I've done it, Tony.
Right.
What's the DET? It's 8261. Mount Maryland. Okay, we didn't waste any gas by doing what we did, but what we wasted gas by was that goddamn gap activity. I don't understand that. Just like the simulator. No. You got a good view there, Neil? Yeah, I sure do.
Say again?
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11 over.
So all that procedure for 222 seemed to work very well. The only thing that was a little odd is that there was some gap pressure activity. I had pitching Excel command and roll and yaw and rate command, and somehow roll and yaw got excited and gap went into a flurry of pressure firing. We've noticed the same thing in the CMS and just written it off as the CMS activity.
Roger, we saw that activity, Mike. We'll see if we can track it down and let you know, over.
Okay.
He had pitch and Excel command, roll and yaw and rate command, and during the maneuver, he got a flurry of activity in roll and yaw, and you could see the rates here as he was maneuvering. They've seen it in the simulator, and they just wrote it off, but it looks like it might be a problem. I have this fan gun in. The simulator is check it out. Is he cleared to go to a sleep attitude now?
Well, 122 out of the way. What were the results? Well, it's sort of inconclusive because I marked, they gave me that's in work, Houston. How about holding this for just a little bit? Pull this attitude and go down and look at the... Well, it's beautiful out there, isn't it? Yeah, man, this is really something. You ought to look at this. You want to watch our approach into the landing site. You got to go through this thing. Houston, we're holding inertia a little while to study the approach to the landing zone.
Roger.
I don't either.
You got your motor all right, and this is our stay factor plus the
we don't get to see them. As we roll over right here, this little, you see Blue Hill coming up right here. And just beyond it, that state is right on track there. So no, Duke Hill. Duke Hill, I think. Duke Island. Oh God, look at that motion. He's no baby. Look at that thing. He goes road, triangular road, green red passing. That's the up there. There's 3130 over there. Like 4.2. You see Sabine D? Neil? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I can see it for sure. Yeah, I got that beautiful. I got the whole landing zone. Houston, this is Apollo 11, Apollo 11.
Houston, you were breaking up badly. Say again, over.
Roger, I can see the entire landing area in the position I'm in now.
Roger, Buzz, understand you can see the entire landing area looking out the LM1 that's over.
That's right. Okay, I'm ready for you cats to transfer to 11 power. What time GET you got? 80? 83 hours. You ready to do it? You ready to do it? Stand by. Yeah, go ahead and do it. You got 83 hours right now, huh? Call pump. Houston, Apollo 11, how do you rate on the high gain, over?
Roger, Mike, you're a lot better now, over.
Okay, you want wide gain for some reason? Cut my speed power and audio off, please.
You're in the shadow zone. You're looking right down along the engine tail towards the earth, so we need you in wide beam, over.
Okay, fine. Okay, going off now. We're starting our maneuver to sleep attitude, roll 82, pitch 229 yards away.
Roger, the angles you got in the flight plan will be good when you get there.
Am I ready to maneuver? Go ahead. Yeah. You passed step 4?
Flight FAO. Go. Sometime before LOS, we need to tell him to dump the water at 25% on the back side, just past on 84. Oh, yes, okay. You got that, Capcom?
At 84 what?
On the back side, we suggest about 84 hours.
Houston 11.
Go ahead, 11 over.
That's page. Okay, we're on page activation 13, step 4, and verify descent cockpits gray and their barber pole.
Telecom?
Roger, stand by.
Okay, we want low voltage to connect. On.
Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to take the low voltage taps, all presets in on over.
Stand by. We got it. We just said 1 circuit breaker out of position.
Okay.
We have them gray now.
Raj.
For you, Telecom?
Raj, we copy. You're probably at the D10 ECA.
Okay.
Flight network.
So,
I just been informed by Goldstone that they were feeding the voice through the wrong data DMOD, and that was the reason for that high noise level. I'll get a complete story after the pass.
okay.
Flight will be about 5 minutes probably before they get ready to go on a comm check, so make sure the network's configured.
They're getting ready for 30 minutes. Or 2 days, depending on how you look at it.
Winston. Oh, we went in stuff. But the lights were going on. Man, that voltage is really falling.
Yeah. I can't hear you, bud. Just when you turn on VHFD, just in case. All right, I'll do it. You gonna send me some data? Huh?
Decon flight. Give us half address.
Yeah, because when I record your data, I'm on simplex A.
We lost data.
Yeah, okay. You want me to just turn on data?
Signal strength.
Hello, Houston. Hello, Houston. This is Apollo 11 Eagle. Over.
Houston, Apollo 11 radio check on everything.
knows the sleep attitude. Just stand by one. As soon as you get there, I'll find out where they are. I don't want to check on the draft or anything.
Mike, what are your transmitting on up there?
Say again?
What are you transmitting on up there?
Transmitting right now. I'm on the way. I'm about to get me an gain angle. Just 1 second. Okay, we're there.
I don't hear you on intercom.
You should have.
Houston, Apollo 11. Apollo 11 Eagle, over.
Roger, Eagle, this is Houston. We read you, over.
Roger. I read you about 4x4. Could you give me a short count, please?
Roger, Eagle coming in with a short count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We don't read them, bud.
4, 3, 2,
He's on LMS stand, Neil, apparently. Yeah.
That was
Roger, are you copying my low bit rate, over?
Roger, we got some beautiful data here, Eagle. All of the guys are looking at it. Systems guys, we'll have some word for you in a minute, how everything looks.
Roger, I'm all ready to switch to high bit rate if that's okay with you.
Would you please stand by, Eagle? We want to get to the proper sleep attitude before we proceed on with the comm check, over.
Standing by.
He's maneuvering. Okay. He stopped earlier, but I guess he's fine.
Houston Eagle, go ahead with the camera checkout. I'm still on low taps, and I assume there's no problem doing that. Over.
Stand by. No problem? That's affirmative, no problem on that, Eagle. You can go ahead and fire up the sequence camera, over.
Houston, Columbia, how do you read on the game?
Right.
Eagle, be advised, it sounds like a hot mic, over.
Is he hearing answers? No. I didn't hear it. Both is reasonable.
Roger, if you're reading me now, I am in hot mic because I'm in ICS push to talk and voice backup, over.
Roger, we just wanted to remind you, over.
Thank you.
Columbia, this is Houston. Are you maneuvering to sleep attitude, over? Eagle, this is Houston. We have lost all the voice and data.
Houston, Columbia, how do you read on the game?
He is maneuvering to sleep attitude, over.
solid.
I don't believe they can hear you, Mike. Are you maneuvering now to sleep attitude?
Well, we're in sleep attitude, and I got the high gain angles, and you think they good angles, and locked on, and I got about a half signal strength, and you can't hear me.
Houston Eagle, the Columbia has maneuvered to sleep attitude. He's got the high gain antenna angle set in, and he should be communicating with you, over.
Roger, we don't have him. Stand by. Eagle, Houston, would you please have Columbia hit command reset, over? Eagle, Houston, since we're in sleep attitude, I'll give you another long count. If you're reading in this mode, we'd like you to switch to high bit rate, over.
Roger, go ahead with short count.
Roger.
Houston, Columbia reading
2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. We're reading you 5 by. You can go to high bit right now, over.
Roger, going high bit right now.
Okay, he's going to high bit rate. And we lost that. We're getting it back. We're on a 210. How does the high bit rate look?
Looks good. Beautiful. Don't tell them to change that until we get to
Yeah, I know.
Get it on the ground.
Eagle, this is Houston. Do you read, over?
Houston, this is Eagle. Roger, read you loud and clear. Howdy, over.
Roger, reading you 5 by also, Buzz, and we got the high bit rate. It's looking beautiful through Goldstone. Giving you a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please give us a count, over.
Roger, Houston, Eagle with a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Roger, stand by. Reading you 5 by, over.
Network flight, you got your data?
Okay, I'm ready to go. S-band voice, over.
Stand by, Eagle. Stand by on step 4.
Capcom, if Columbia will give us doing except we'll shoot him up state vector and also a clock update.
Okay, we got the high gain on Columbia now. How come we got the noise
This is Apollo Control Houston, a voice count exchange between Buzz Aldrin and the Eagle, the Lunar module, and
Okay, Capcom.
Charles Luke here in Mission Control Center.
Columbia, this is Houston. Would you please give us poo and accept? We got a load for you. Break. Eagle, we are ready to go to step 4. Please select S-band voice, the voice, over.
Okay, you see accept on Columbia?
That's data back flight.
Okay, high bit rate.
Roger, high bit rate. It looks good.
Flight, we have it set. Okay, go ahead with the uplink there, guys. Roger, flight.
Hello, Eagle. This is Houston. How do you read? Normal voice, over.
Eagle, Houston, this is Eagle. Read you loud and clear on S-band normal voice. Tell me, over.
Roger, you're beautiful. This mode, Buzz, we're reading you 5 by. Coming with a short count, and we'd like one back from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Houston out.
Roger, Houston, Eagle. You're gorgeous also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle, over.
Roger, Eagle. This is better than the down voice backup. Stand by 1.
How did it look?
Looks good.
How does high bit rate look?
It's fine. Let's stay in this mode for a few minutes. Roger.
Okay, network, you got your data?
Got my data flight, and I don't understand.
Eagle, Houston, everybody's happy as a clam with this mode. We'd like to stay here for a little bit. The telemetry looks great and the voice is great. Over.
How about your 85-foot dish? Does it look like that'll give us the...
Roger, understand. I'm checking out camera number 4 now.
85-foot dish flight. Solid.
Solid high bit rate to 85-footer?
No, I can't say that flight. I'll have to wait till I
This
play
is
the data
Apollo
back.
Control
before I can say
Houston.
that.
Our communications check out with the Eagle apparently going very
Eagle,
well.
Houston, say again what you're checking out. Over.
And Capcom flight, you can...
Roger, Houston. Eagle has checked out both 70mm cameras and both 16mm cameras, and all work fine. Over.
Sounds great. Stand by.
Go ahead. I think you can give him a status report on his systems now. We've looked them over pretty carefully, and everything looks real fine.
Okay. Eagle, Houston, we've looked over your systems on a high bit rate. Everything looks super. We're ready to go. Over.
Roger, stand by. You want to go back to low bit right now?
Stand by on that. Over.
Stand by a few more minutes, flight, if you could. Okay, I'd kind of like to see what the 85-foot dish looks like here. Can we change over to that, or will that foul you up?
I can change over to a flight, but I'd like to change it back before we go to low bit rate.
Eagle, Houston, we look good through the 210 on this mode. We're going to shift data select to an 85-foot dish to see what we got, and then we'll be back to you on the 210. If you'll stand by a couple of minutes in this mode, we'll be back with you. Over.
And if you want to, Capcom, you could read Columbia, the pad data.
Roger, Eagle, standing by.
Capcom flight?
Yeah, I copy flight. I think I'll wait a little bit on that. Okay.
All right. Whatever you say.
Flight network.
Go.
You have 85-foot data at this time on the limb.
Okay, except we don't have any. Looks like there it is. How's it look?
In and out.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 83 hours, 21 minutes in on the flight.
Capcom, why don't you give him a voice?
Meanwhile, aboard the Eagle, apparently Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, although Buzz is doing most of the time check at this time.
Flight retro. Go retro.
Eagle, Houston, how do you read? Over.
It looks good. Okay. Guidance flight, do you do the computer on Columbia? Go flight. Are you through the computer on Columbia?
Negative flight.
Okay.
Houston, Eagle, read you loud and clear. Over.
Roger, we're reading you 5-5. We got the voice good through the 85. The telemetry is in and out through the 85. Stand by. We'll be back to you with you through the 210. Over.
Do we really want to change over here to the 210 before going to the low bit rate? We could flip over there now and see what it looks like. Let's go to the 210.
All right, let's go to the low bit rate.
Fine flight.
Okay, I meant telecom, excuse me.
Okay, low bit rate.
Affirmative.
Eagle, Houston, you can go step 5 now. We'd like low bit rate. Over.
Guidance flight, what's your problem? Flight, guys, go ahead. What is your problem?
Houston, Eagle, you have low bit rate.
Bad flight. I'll have to fix it by hand. Okay.
Roger, copy, Eagle.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what he said, Capcom. Did he say that?
We got low bit rate.
We got data, flight. Looks good. Okay, solid low bit rate. Roger that.
Eagle, Houston, could you give me a short count, this mode? Over.
Houston, this is Eagle with a short count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle, over.
Roger, Eagle, you're 5-5. This S-band voice is really beautiful. Over.
Okay,
And Eagle at Houston, we'll be standing by in this mode for a minute or so. We'll be back with you if you'll just stand by, over.
Okay, Control, Telcom, have y'all seen enough high bit rate data?
Roger. This is Telcom. Yeah, I guess we have.
Much as you hate to say it.
Yeah. For this purpose.
Okay, Control, have you seen enough high bit rate?
Affirmative flight.
Okay. Network flight, do you want to go back to the 210 or should we just shut it off?
I'd like to go back to 210 for just a moment, flight.
Okay, we really haven't tried a 210.
Yeah, this is Telcom. We'd like to go back to the 210.
Ready? Okay, whip her over. Okay, and guidance, you still correcting? Let's see, Capcom flight.
Go ahead.
Okay, we owe them the TEI-11 pad. We're not through with the computer yet on Columbia, and we want to tell them about the water dump, I think. And
I got all that, yeah.
That's just about all we owe them, I think.
Yeah, I was going to let get through with Eagle here with the deactivation.
Okay. We ought to have plenty of time.
Okay.
It shouldn't take us long. I just wanted to be sure I had those three things there.
Flight network.
Go.
Have we had a voice check through the 210?
Oh, I didn't know we were configured.
Yeah, we're back on the 210 now. See if you
Okay.
voice check.
Get my little shirt there.
Eagle, this is Houston, coming through the 210. How do you read, over?
We're not going through it.
I hear you out of here.
Yeah, I know that, Ernie, it's my fault.
How did the low bit rate look there, Telcom?
Looks good, flight. Looks real good.
Okay.
We ready to fire down, everybody?
Did he give us a voice check there?
That's right. Loud and clear.
Okay, does anybody have any reasons for looking at any more LEM data? Control, Telcom?
Telcom negative. We can go ahead and power down.
Okay.
I'm negative from control, flight.
Okay, everybody's happy. You got all your data, network?
I have the signal strength reading for you, flight.
Okay, fine.
Okay, firing down.
Right. Guidance flight, are you done now?
Eagle, this is Houston. We're happy with all our data in all modes. You can fire down the comm now, over.
I'm going to get some more of that back in about 20 minutes.
Roger, understand. Eagle will power down the comm, and we're just pushing 27 volts now. It looks like we won't have to bother with the high cap. Eagle powering down, out.
Roger, copy, out. Columbia, this is Houston. We got a TEI-11 pad for you. An update on the water dump, over.
And also, we're through with the computer set now.
Stand by when you. Are you through with the disky?
That's firm, over.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 83 hours and 27 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. That last exchange between Charlie Duke, our capsule communicator, and Buzz Aldrin aboard the Eagle, identifying that we're very well satisfied with the communications
Okay,
check
Capcom.
and the lunar module.
You got those two things to give the...
We'll proceed with
yeah, he's standing in close stand.
Okay, and the other thing is we're happy as a clam with all of them systems.
I got him that already.
At 83 hours, 27 minutes, we now read an altitude of 54.3 nautical miles, velocity of
CNC, you guys are happy here? 15 minutes
feet per
LOS.
second.
Ecom, go.
Okay.
Roger, flight
This
GNC
is Apollo Control, Houston.
Roger. Okay, Ecom, we want to get into the sleep configuration here, don't we, before we go around the corner?
Well, I assume that he's going to start through that list there. We've got a couple of items to add to it. I don't know if we want to give them to him now or wait he comes around. Both of them, we'd like to wait as late as we can to do them. So
I was thinking mostly about the comm business.
yeah, it might be good to go ahead and go to the comm configuration, but I think he's just about there already.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Go.
Okay, how about at one of your calls here, ask him to go around the corner set up for his comm so we can watch the next acquisition there, and then we'll be pretty well set up for the sleep period, I think. As far as
I don't quite follow that flight, but
I would like to have him go ahead and get his DAP set up and whatever else he's got to do to, and kind of let it go on autopilot, and then have an automatic AOS at the next acquisition.
okay, you want him to put his S-band and react high gain narrow, huh?
Et cetera.
Okay, roger.
Then we shouldn't have to bother him anymore, and we can get a hack at that before he goes to sleep, so we can be satisfied that we can really acquire him.
Gotcha.
Houston, Columbia, ready to copy TEI 11, over.
Raj, Columbia, here we come with the TEI 11. SPS GNN 37200 minus 060 plus 047. Down 33 098 05 2422 plus 41448 plus 03719 minus 02422. Roll is NA. Pitch 020. The rest of the pad is NA. Set stars are NA. The ullage is 2 quads, correction, 2 jets per 16 seconds. Use Bravo and Delta. In the comments, the undocked present CSM, correction, this is TEI 11 is undocked present onboard weight of the CSM is 37200 pounds, about 50 off in your DAP, over.
All right, I read back. TEI 11, SPS GNN 37200 minus 060 plus 047 plus 098 052422 plus 41448 plus 03719 minus 02422. NA 020, rest of pad NA. Ullage 2 jet for 16 seconds, quad C and D. Undocked. Present CSM weight is okay in the down.
Roger 11, and we'd like you to do a wastewater dump at 84 hours down to 25%, over.
I understand, wastewater dump to 25% at 84 hours.
Roger, and Mike will have LOS in about 11 minutes at 8344. AOS is 8430, and prior to, or at LOS, we would like you to go configure the S-band for high gain track to react, high gain beam to narrow, and let's try that to see if we can get an automatic react at the next AOS, over.
All right, good idea.
That was Mike Collins aboard Columbia, taking down
I'm in react and narrow now.
Raj.
Seems like we just lost data. Probably powering down the comm. now.
Very fine. Okay, thank you. Ecom, you said that the selector settings for the high gain antenna were in the flight plan. Is that 8 and 270? Is that what you're referring to?
That's affirmative.
Okay. It's kind of buried there a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tied in with his going to sleep attitude.
Apollo 11 Houston, also that water that you got on the aft bulkhead, we, if it's not too much, we just recommend softening it up and then throwing the sponges away in the waste storage area. If it's too much, then we recommend using the procedure in the checklist on page F10-14. Over. All right, thank you.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 83 hours, 34 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11.
Ecom flight to
The
see your
module communications has been deactivated.
Negative.
Okay, give us a call. Okay.
We currently show a velocity of 5,377 feet per second. Our orbital parameters now read 65.1 nautical miles apoloon, 54.2 nautical miles paraloon. At 84 hours 35 minutes, continuing to follow. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Yeah, we got nothing there.
What's your display there, Clint?
Channel 9.
Merlin, Charlie.
Go, Charlie.
Hey, how did the circuit margins look here?
Well, we look like the normal voice mode there is the best way to go.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as you could hear, the voice quality was somewhat better.
Yeah.
And also the data does not drop out where you're in normal voice.
Great.
Okay, we're going to have to, let's go through the checklist and find the places where we call out down voice backup and the activation and also some places in the LIM timeline book.
Looking at
we ought to change that to voice.
I think it's all voice.
We had agreed to be all voice.
What does that mean?
Last time I looked through the thing, it called out some places it would be down voice backup, and if the voice worked great, we would change that to voice.
Charlie, I think we're going to get a playback off the 85 foot. I'd like to look at the down voice backup off the 85 high bit rate, which is something we didn't get to see.
Okay.
All we got to see was the normal voice on the high bit rate, and we did have some dropouts, high bit rate, normal voice. But the voice quality itself is much better.
Okay.
Let's see, Charlie, I guess Capcom flight. I guess he owes us the ops pressures again, although he can. No big deal there. I kind of figure that after we have AOS at this next thing and tell him we can handle the automatic acquisition, that'll probably be about the last conversation we'll have with the crew.
Okay.
We might as well let them go to bed as soon as we can verify that that operation all works okay.
Apollo 11 Houston, would you have Buzz make sure he gives us the ops pressure readings before you close up? Over. We'll have.
Fighting, huh? Go, Econ.
Houston 11, the OPS is read 5750, boat bottle. Roger.
Telcom flight, you copy that?
No, I didn't, Mike.
We on CSM power now.
Okay.
And Capcom flight, I didn't get those ops.
5750.
Both of them?
Both.
And that's where they were the other day, wasn't it?
This is Apollo
One of them was
Control Houston,
5800.
83 hours and 48 minutes. Apollo 11,
You can't read the gauge that close
CSM power.
It's a great big penny gauge for 5,800 pounds.
Like a Baylor bottle.
Yeah. Smaller. I'm going to turn it over to Owen.
Okay.
Okay.
You done good.
Not me, they did. I haven't said Roger.
And telecom flight, did you get the ops pressures? Negative. They're 5750.
Flight EMU.
Go.
Was that 5750 on both of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I tell the wrong guy? We had an EMU.
We have an EMU.
EMU flight.
Here I am.
The ops pressures are 5750.
Thank you.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 83 hours, 40 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11. We're less than 4 minutes away now from time of loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. Present time, our velocity reading 5,375 feet per second. Our total weight in orbit at this time reading 70,502 pounds. Our orbital parameters, apoloon 65.1 nautical miles, paraloon 54.2 nautical miles. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Okay, we got 2 minutes now to LOS, Telcom, I'm sorry, ECOM, GNC, you guys all squared away?
ECOM, go.
Okay. Thank you, ECOM. We think he's in the react mode now and all that good stuff.
That's perfect.
Okay. ECOM flight, what's your other display for ECS?
Channel 3.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 83 hours, 43 minutes now into the flight Apollo 11, less than a minute away from predicted time of loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. We expect the next time we acquire Apollo 11, its crew, Neil Armstrong, Mike Collins, Buzz Aldrin, will have begun their rest period. And at 83 hours, 43 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
Maybe the probe and drug guy will save up some time tomorrow. I don't know if it's tolerable. I think what previous crews have been doing is reinstalling all that claptrap.
What?
Capcom, Ecom, GNC. In fact, everybody come up and give me an amber.
Yeah,
Real
forward's
quickly here.
okay.
Capcom
has
Surgeon,
passed out of range
AFD.
with
You
the
with me? Yes, sir.
ground, traversing now over the
Okay, you
forest
guys, if y'all would please,
during this pass, we had
pretty hard here about the things
extremely
we want to tell the
successful
crew. I would like to
communication
have all
check
the
out
things that we need to tell them before
with
they go to
the
sleep
Lunar
available
module
as soon as we
using
have
its code name
AOS.
for the first time,
And
its
then
code name
we
the
will
Eagle.
pass all the data to them and
Buzz
then
Aldrin
not bother them anymore
performed
until
the
they
counting tasks in concert with Charlie Duke, the capsule communicator here on the ground. And at times, Buzz's voice we noted considerable enthusiasm for the way things were going. And at times, Charlie Duke shared that enthusiasm. And it's maiden checkout and communications. The Lunar module Eagle looks good.
We need to give, if we can give them any better
At
story about all that.
83 hours, 45 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Words of wisdom on the plane change, although it's kind of early to do anything with that, I think. So you guys get together what we need to tell the crew, and let's try to be in a position where about 10 minutes after AOS, we'll take a little bit as far as we're concerned anyway. Okay?
No?
And if we'll all go green, and then we can think about all the good things that have happened here.
Flight EMU.
Yes, EMU.
We're happy with ops readouts and we're going home.
Okay.
Flight from control.
Go.
What were you indicating? You said something about telecom and control to comment on something, and I didn't understand what that.
On the LEM system, if there's anything else you can say. If there's any final words you want to give the crew before they go to bed,
okay,
about 45 minutes or 50 minutes will be the time to give them.
Okay. You want me to pass something on to you now, then I'll wait.
No, think about it for the next 30 or 45 minutes or so. And that work, Flight? Go ahead, Flight. Give our thanks to the Goldstone Station for that fine support there. I want to wait till I get that data DMOD there squared away before I do that, Flight. If you don't mind. Okay. And speaking of her, guys, Flight, your battery is some problem down there.
Okay, lights went out. Except for all those radioactive ones in there.
I was talking to you today when you called. Yeah, you're going to tell me, give me a story about that command problem. Not necessarily right now, but...
Okay, I'm still trying to find out what happened. Two numbers changed in the command line flight from when I originally generated till now. It didn't hurt anything because it happened to be the least significant digit. But I'm trying to find out what caused it to change.
Well, it hurt something because it took you a long time to get this load squared away.
Right, I had it up.
Which we had plenty of time in this case. Okay.
Right.
This is almost unheard of,
Nope.
isn't it?
Com's good.
I called it up on the tube from the original hard copy and it changed. And I was going by what was on the tube, not the hard copy. And that's what was throwing me because I was getting compare on my load. And I couldn't figure out why I was getting compare.
Anything that's pretty cockpit like that's bound to work.
Put together the story on that and we'll just see how that works out.
Well, I propose leaving the probe and drogue in here overnight. Save all doing all that claptrap in the morning. Okay with this?
Fine.
You sure the lamp?
How's that going to affect the
Flight, Telcom.
Sleeping?
space station?
I'll take
I'd be
two.
glad to sleep over there.
Go ahead, Telcom.
I don't think it'll affect you. I'd rather sleep with the probe and drogue than have to stick with it in the morning.
Oh, that's fine. I can get there. I don't know how I get out.
Once in, it's all right.
Yeah, you don't want to bring this one back? We're on a weight saving kick for the command module?
You want it?
Sure.
Cover for the handsome one?
You got storage space.
You can have it if you want it.
You got a place to stick things that rattle around?
Sure. Like hatches? Sure, but here I am. You're so kind to get out of the hallway.
All right, let's get some music.
Get out of my damn hallway, Alden, so I can put my hatch in and then we'll get off.
How about these tapes? Okay, an 8550 IVT to the left. What time is it now? 8350. I'll figure that as being 12 hours. That time for a Lomatil, huh? But not quite.
Flight computer, sir. Go ahead, computer, sir. Okay, the problem with 75 Dog when it went down as the MOC was it had a bad card. Okay. And it has been fixed. Okay, thank you.
How about the system stuff to put the machine to bed? You got a react and arrow?
Yes.
So I guess the comm's pretty well taken care of?
Yep.
And you got the wastewater down?
No, I haven't done that, but I will.
See, I imagine we want to go out of voice? Or not?
Whatever he said that, he does.
Lunar orbit asleep. S-band squelch enable?
I did it.
Got that, huh?
Yeah.
High gain react, narrow, antenna pitch angles.
Yeah, I did that.
That's all it says.
Okay.
Plus normal configuration.
Doesn't it say anything about down voice backup or that stuff?
No?
Wake glider down there waiting until 84 hours. They may have a vent model or some crazy thing like that, so I want to be at the right time.
Alright. Well, let's see. Normal lunar configuration. Well, it is down voice backup.
Yeah.
Now let's just go on. Primary, high. Voice, BCM, range, down voice backup, aux tape, off, telemetry to data, and Tell command to normal, because A and B off. Record forward. Normal. Slow. Power. Primary. React and narrow. Well, comm set. Good. I gotta vacuum up some water and dump the wastewater tank, and we're about good. And I got a fuel cell. O2. Hey, the water's about all gone. Hey, did they say anything about the O2 surge? Gone into the lamp. Yeah, I think it did. It went on the windows. They didn't say anything about it, huh? No. Well, I guess we'll do it then. Anybody get my... Well, I guess we're really not through with them yet, are we? I updated the LOS time. Yeah. I think I'll wait until we get them back again before doing the first. Okay? Because I don't know, maybe they want all that stuff done on the back side. Well, I propose to give myself a little bit of a bath, but not to put the damn LCG on tonight. I never did ask him about the stress test, huh? I sure have found them. I think we ought to do that. You know, you still got that tissue dispenser, the empty one? Thank you. Baseline altitude. You understand this? For altitude, descent altitude settings. That's the last meal we eat for descent, huh? Yeah. Whoa, 85, that's 10 hours. Phew. Like without that piece of ribbon. through in the tunnel, Mike?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, we get the lights out there. What are your dosimeters read? Oh, he dropped up a little bit.
Mine says 11:01.
Can't read this little part. It says 10013. I think they all started out at even 1,000. They had them each different so they could tell which was which. Well, I don't know about you, but I think I'll raid the pantry for some bite-sized stuff. I don't want to get a chance to use it maybe sometime.
Binoculars?
Way to maneuver.
Found it, huh? We're going to take that in a lab. Amazing how quickly you adapt. Well, that doesn't seem weird at all to me. Look out there and see the moon going by. You know? Oh, Agnes, yeah, that's a big crazy moon out there again, huh? Funny looking thing. Buzz, this crazy bracket is right here. It's probably right the hell in your way, isn't it? No. Not in your way?
No, I can survive with that.
Alright, let me put that there. I'll do one last thing to do to me. It's in backwards, but I mean,
Well, if I don't need this thing anymore, I think I'll throw that one away.
systems are yours tomorrow?
Yes.
I don't know if we've got much to do in the purge.
84 hours yet? Yeah, it is. I'm going to dump the wastewater.
You dumping?
Yeah.
Boy, it's a dusty vehicle in there. Phew. But that view approaching the landing is just fantastic. Right smack out the window, you know?
Yeah.
Except there was such a big shadow being cast by everything. That I really couldn't
make that
I could identify the cat paw, and I could identify the pair of craters right at the end. But I couldn't really make out the backwards V nor the three little curved ones on one side. But I could see the area where it all was, you know, and it didn't go any further back than this, didn't go any further forward than that. It was right there. And it was rougher than the cob.
Rougher than the cob, but I ain't just saying.
Well, when you compare it with the surrounding areas, why it's pretty reasonable.
But it was about a lady who lived in the good old days. When a century was born, and a century was died. And back in the good old days, the old lady replied, why, there was just a lot of people doing the best they could. Just a lot of people doing the best they could. And the lady said, whatever happened to those things in the old hotel? I'm meeting a little boy. The boy, well, when he was there, sitting on the bed, and I had terrible blood. That awful noise.
You want this somewhere?
You don't mind, I'll put it on this big piece of Velcro over here by the fuel cell.
Yeah, that's the place for that. For a barf bag.
Has everybody got their pre-sleep business pulled together? How about the lineals? Telcom, y'all, we're okay. Else to say again for all the systems look fine.
Everything we're pretty happy with, flight. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay, control, you don't have anything else?
Well, the only thing is flight, and I'm sure they're aware of it. I know they were made aware of it. Our APS oxidizer pressure, their tank pressure, is reading 111 psi, which is normal, but it reflects helium solubility, okay, into the propellant.
Yeah.
This value is below the 120 psi, which triggers their onboard caution warning light for ascent pressure. It's an ascent pressure light.
Yeah, that's presumably they've been briefed on that, but we might, it was predicted anyway, we might tell.
You might just tell them that that's true, they can expect it to be on, that's all I have.
I wonder, I was going to ask you about that, I'm glad that you said I was going to ask you tomorrow, Flight Telcom. I wonder why they didn't say something about it when they were in there. They didn't have the MCNW on, did they? No? Oh, you're not on flight director, Luke? Thought I was. Control flight?
Go ahead, flight.
They didn't have the MCNW system activated.
I don't think they did. They were. Yeah, hold on. I was trying to verify that with Merlin. I don't think we did.
In fact, I don't think they looked at any of those pressures themselves.
No, they didn't have it activated, flight.
Oh. Okay, that's one item anyway. We can tell them about that. And verify them. And I guess we could give them this she rise rate, 6.4. They're probably familiar with that, aren't you? Well, I mean something to them, Capcom. Don't they worry about that? I don't know whether they're familiar with it or not. Sorry. What was the number on it? Control flight?
I don't know either whether they're familiar with it, flight. It may mean something to them. Probably they'd just be happy if you tell them that's nominal.
Okay, we already said that. We can say it again, I guess. Okay, GNC, how about you?
Right, flight. Okay, I think we can tell them in this business about the flurry of thruster firings during that T-22. I think we can solve that. It's pretty simple. We played that back, looked at it, and he was in pitch. When he reported it, he was had a problem in pitch Excel. He was in pitch Excel command. His manual attitude switches, okay? And he was in yaw and roll, attitude hold in the CMC.
Rate command.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
He had the manual attitude switches in rate command in yaw and roll, and which means that the CMC was attempting to hold attitude in a 0.5 degree deadband in those two axes. Now, when he was firing in pitch, you don't. The other two axes are also sensitive to any pitch thruster firings. Therefore, this cross coupling would also show up in the yaw and roll axis, and it was just dead banding. It would go from one side to the other in both yaw and roll, and we viewed that on the playback. And what way he counteracted it, he went to he then went to Excel command in yaw and roll, and that stopped it. And I guess a remedy to that would be to say that doing P-22s or any type of a manual work like that, we'd either like them to be in CMC free using the hand controller, which is essentially a rate command or a minimum impulse mode, or remain in SCS in all three axes in minimum impulse. We sure would like to have him avoid Excel command, if at all possible. He seems to like that mode, but it's a propellant user. But anyway, it's a good plan to be all CMC or all SCS, and not part of one in minimum deadband and then SCS Excel command on the other in another axis, because he's going to strictly just do a lot of deadbanding, because those pitch jets are not set up pure pitch. Okay. And I think we solved that one.
Okay, anything else?
We can. Do you think we want to ream up the budget values? Our percent. We are below the nominal. Okay. I've got those values here. If they want to. The worst up to once, weren't they? The worst one is 9% in quad Charlie. After he went to the sleep attitude, he did the right things. He failed quad Charlie and Bravo and Charlie in the DAP, and he had 5 degree deadband set up, and I believe that for a sleep period we would want to 10 degree deadband, and he would just widen the deadband just before going to sleep, widen the deadband to 10 degrees.
Okay, well, let me change my mind here. Let's go ahead and get the consumable stuff ready, and we'll have it and ask him if he wants it. If he does, we'll read it up to him. If he doesn't, we won't.
Okay.
You write it down on a piece of paper and give it to the captain. And, okay, and if you got this, Capcom, we would like to have him avoid Excel command, if you would, and either go to one of these two modes when he's doing his P-22 stuff.
Well, it looks, go ahead. It looked like the problem was he's taking a rate command and yaw and roll, and he coupled in some rotation about those two axes when he fired these pitch thrusters.
That's fine.
Isn't that the problem rather than that?
Capcom and GNC, I think the thing to say is that to avoid dual modes,
right,
and flying two axes in CMC and one in SCS, and that's what I always say, being Excel command in one axis, having attitude hold, attempting to have attitude hold in the other two is just going to cause mucho deadbanding.
Right, so rather than instructing him on how he should fly, would you tell him to avoid the partial control across two systems? Why, that'd get him out of this difficulty. Do you agree that's the recommendation? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now, Econ, what have you got for us?
I've got two things. I'd like to balance the cryo tanks, and I had a procedure here for that. We'll just turn off the heaters in O2 tank 1 and H2 tank 2. And we want to terminate the battery charge.
Thanks, Blue Cows. Did I dislodge those by mistake? Or did you have those?
O2 tank 2 heaters off.
O2 tank 1 and H2 tank 2.
Look around back there.
O2 tank 1, H2 tank 2 heaters off.
That's fine.
Terminate battery charge.
Roger.
Roger.
Is that all?
That's all.
How about you getting us some consumable stuff up so we have it handy in case you'd like to know about it?
Anything you can
Okay,
try.
I got 10 if you want to review it. Okay? FAO, what do you have? Anything? FAO flight. Go for it. What do you have for the crew here for the other fleet?
Nothing. We need the fuel cell purge and a canister change, but that's it. Flight flying, they should get it.
Right. Okay. We're not talking about extra stuff, that's right. Okay, Trench, you guys got anything? Retro, Fido, Gatto?
It's a retro negative.
Flight guys, go.
Okay, we don't have anything to tell.
How about the P-22? Anything, words on that?
They took a Maxwell space flight. Right now, I just have the guys who are processing the data. Give the status on that.
Who is that?
Okay. Select downstairs. He's got several solutions on this data flight, and they're outside of our
swap one?
So, give me a bit of time. But they're not through looking at the data flight.
Well, there's nothing that we can say significant to them about how they did. Here, I've got some words right here.
Okay.
From Savely and Ramster.
Okay, that's people who get it.
The C2. The 2 is 500 feet above the landing site. Radius is 937, 140, whatever that means. What is this F1? FAO. Does this mean something to you?
Okay. Flight FAO.
Yeah.
A1 is a landmark tracked on Apollo 11, and F1 is a landmark we used on Apollo 10. That's just data.
Oh, okay. What do I make of this, though? Do I make out that they tracked it real good? Is that what I get from this?
Yeah.
Somebody said that's affirmative. Is that Gary? Down in the bowels of the MCC? Yeah, well, I'm Ransford, I was thinking about. Is his name Gary?
Not much. Maybe a call?
Flight FAO. Go. A1 altitude is altitude MPAD calculated for based on the sightings we just made, and he did a fine job tracking the landmark.
Color? Yeah. He's getting the storm in that.
The other day was
want to make sure I'm sure there's a roll. I
information
think there
purposes,
is.
so people wanted to compare F1 and A1.
Okay. I guess Capcom will just have to leave it go at that. If he answers any questions, we'll be in trouble.
Can't figure out how you tell when what's going on.
Okay, it just says, okay, there it is. Says he did good.
That was good.
Okay, let's see. I
Yeah,
got
stop.
some guys up here attacking me. Before I get to them, though, let's see. AFD, do you have anything that you know about? And Surgeon. Surgeon, do you need anything from him before we go to bed? I don't even see you on the list for a status report.
That's right. We're awaiting that.
Yeah, you are waiting.
He's waiting radiation, the medication, and all that.
Right.
I see it now. Okay.
Now, Buzzard's been very good. He's been doing this on his own, so let's wait.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. This man has some procedure here for
direction right here.
Contact net 1. Roger. Honeysuckle net 1. Roger, stand by.
That's Houston contact. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goldstone, Houston, net 1.
Goldstone, 100% King.
Roger, Honeysuckle, Houston.
Honeysuckle, 100% King.
Roger, Goldstone is prime, Honeysuckle is the backup site. Thank you.
Capcom flight. Go ahead, flight. Hey, I've got this thing from the span here where they say there's a malfunction procedure in the checklist should not be used based on some late test stuff. And here's one that should be used. I don't want to read that up to the crew, but I think we ought to tell them either now or before they try to undock that the backup procedure shouldn't be attempted.
The backup should not be.
Yeah.
Now, there's a backup now to what one in their checklist?
F11-9? Yeah. And I guess I don't, if we think they've got some time here to record that, we can tell them now. It's probably just as well. The point here is that if they have troubles with the preload on the tunnel, that the point is that they should just stand by and if they're not in contact with us, they ought to wait until they get in contact with us.
Okay, I'm looking at 11.9. I don't see anything identified specifically as a backup procedure.
Okay, no, it's not a backup procedure. It's a mal. High O2. It's in the mal section.
No, it's not on 11.9.
Yeah, it is. If you go back about 2 pages, you get to where it says malfunction list. Docking.
Yeah.
Finally, you get around to where it says tunneling. If you have a high O2 flow while you're cocking them, it says some things that you should do, and that turns out to be bad.
Okay, I understand. And
so all we want to do is get the word across to them that if they have a problem with high flow rates, which they're probably not even going to know anyway, it's really got to be pretty high before they can even see it on that gauge. You know, the gauge is bad, I guess.
Okay, just don't do it and get a better word from us.
Yeah, and then we'll talk to them about the procedure.
Okay.
And we'll probably find out that somebody's done some more testing in the meanwhile and come up with even a different way to do it.
Roger.
Flight FAO.
Hey, I don't know whether you intend to or not, but we've been talking about this change in the P-22 procedures, and we'd recommend that you not do that, update that tonight. We would like to talk about that some more. We're not sure.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Houston, at 84 hours and 28 minutes now to the flight to Apollo 11. We're less than 2 minutes away now.
We weren't going to change the procedure per se. We were saying that it's bad to be in mixed modes in spacecraft control, which, you know,
has now replaced Charlie Duke as our capsule communicator. We expect that some final advisories will be passed to the Apollo 11 crew, and
Well, okay.
Final reports such as crew status will be received
in general,
from
what you said is
Neil
true.
Armstrong, Mike Collins, and Buzz Aldrin prior to the start of their sleep period.
Okay, I'm surprised because
we're a little over a minute away now from scheduled time acquisition. We'll continue to keep the line up and continue to monitor. This is a
we can tell you how it happened at any rate, can we not? That's affirmative. Yeah, just avoid the recommendation of what he should do. Or at least delay it unless he asks. See, I have it all figured out by the time we do anyway. Yeah. Okay, so I guess anybody got anything else for him? Okay, so Capcom, we got 4 or 5 things here. We got the apps oxidizer.
Well, 30 seconds now from time of scheduled
we'll probably give
acquisition.
them the MC&W whenever they activate that. And the supercritical helium looks, the leak rate is very good. I mean, the heat transfer rate is within limits, and that system looks fine through all of them systems. The business special thrust finds in the P-22, and the sightings were well done and compare real good with the tracking data and look real fine. We have some consumable stuff. Generally, consumables are okay, and you should have, if you want some specifics on that, I hope you get some of those. I have the RCS here, for example, and ECOM should give you the other stuff. I've got the RCS. And we wanted to balance the cryo tanks and terminate the battery charge. And good night, I think is what we want to say today. Okay, and this tunnel procedure. Avoid. Oh yeah, avoid tunnel. All right. Almost forgot about that. Thank you. We have data flight.
We have data. We required data on Apollo 11.
Capcom, go for command.
Okay, thank you.
Roger.
Why don't you go ahead and give him a call, Capcom, let him know how automatic react works fine.
This is Apollo Control Houston, Owen Garriott, getting ready to place a call.
11 Houston, over.
Houston, Apollo 11.
11 Houston, Roger, reading you fine, and it looks like the automatic react went very well just as soon as you came around the limb. We have several small items to discuss with you here just before you go to sleep, over.
Go ahead, Owen.
Okay, 11. First of all, on our LEM systems checks, everything went fine. Would like to remind you, though, tomorrow you may see an ascent pressure light when you activate the MC&W. There should be no problem there, however. You did note that the ox tank pressure was only reading 111 psi, which is normal at this point. But below the level which will trigger your light due to the helium which has been dissolved into the propellant, over.
Roger, I understand that, thank you.
Roger, and next item, the supercritical helium rise rate is nominal. And you also had questions for us about your thruster activity during the P-22 on the last rev. I believe we understand that now. As you reported, your pitch was in Excel command and your yaw and roll were in rate command. As you were firing your pitch thrusters, this wheel couple rates into your yaw and roll axes, and you were at that time holding only half a degree deadband, and coupling rates into yaw and roll produced the extra firings about the yaw and roll axes, over.
Yeah, that may be true. It's very peculiar coupling in that it waits longer than you would think, and its reaction is greater than you would think. We were getting yaw rates of around 0.4 of a degree per second, for example.
Roger, Mike. We did play the data back, and that's the way it looked upon analysis of the chart recordings back here. Over.
Okay, fine.
They've also looked at the results of your landmark tracking. The marks all apparently were very good, and we've got a full page of data here relative to the altitudes of the various site locations, which I won't read up to you, but did want to let you know that the marks apparently went very well. I also have your consumable budgets, particularly your RCS propellant quantities. They're deltas from nominal if you should want them. Your worst quad is quad Charlie, which is 9% low. I'll not read up the others unless you want them. Over.
Okay, how about the O2 fuel cell purge? You want that now?
I'll have to stand by just a moment. You want to go?
Okay, and then the other one is we're still charging battery A.
He can go ahead and terminate that. What's wrong? Why don't we go ahead and get our purge? Terminate the purge? Or do you want the purge?
Come?
He come?
Flight Econ.
Yeah.
I was just checking with Fido whether or not we could go ahead and do it. We'd like to, we don't have to.
Well, let's... Oh, you mean we're not scheduled to do that right yet?
We were scheduled to do it on the back side of the moon here.
So?
We can get by without it.
Well, for how long? Till the next scheduled one?
Till tomorrow.
Well, Fido Flight, do you really care if we purge? Flight, yes, we do. Okay. We're at a fairly critical point in trying to determine the... Okay, hold on till tomorrow then. Tell them to purge after they go behind the moon. That will solve everybody's problem. Yeah, I'd like to convey that information to them in some nice fashion. 11, Houston, we would like to delay the fuel cell purge until the backside of the moon, and you go ahead and should terminate your battery charge at this time. Over.
Okay, I understand. I knew we had another O2 and H2 purge coming up in the morning. I wasn't sure whether you wanted to go through with this one or not. I'll wait until the backside and then do it.
That's fine.
Terminate battery charging now.
That's right, and one other systems item here. In order to balance your cryo tanks, would you get your O2 tank 1 and your H2 tank 2 heaters off? Over.
Okay, I have O2 tank heater 1 off and H2 tank heater 2 off.
That's right, Mike, and we believe you have your quad Bravo and quad Charlie turned off in your DAP at this time in a 5-degree deadband. We'd prefer a 10-degree deadband for your sleep period overnight here. Over.
Okay.
One other item relative to a malfunction procedure. It's unlikely that you'll have to worry about this tomorrow, but in your malfunction list under docking on page F11-9, there is a malfunction procedure for a high O2 flow rate. At the top of, under tunnel, at the top of page 11-9, we would like to have you not to use that malfunction procedure should you encounter the high O2 flow rate, and instead check back with Houston for a revised procedure should you find that situation. Over.
Understand and notice and made my checklist.
11 Houston, Roger. That just about takes care of all the items we have here on the ground before time to hit the sack. And I guess you will have a pre-sleep check for us before you go to bed.
Roger, we're in the midst of cycling the O2 and H2 fans now.
Roger.
And radiation is as follows. CDR 11012, CMP 10013, LMP 09015. Negative indication, over.
Roger, copy 11. I believe that's everything, Flight.
Sound like it's me, sir. Can you copy those rads?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we go to the vigilant mode here. See, Fido, when you get a story there about your orbit, I'd like to hear from you about that.
Yes, sir.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 84 hours, 39 minutes now into the flight. That conversational exchange with Owen Garrett here in Mission Control Center, and principally Buzz Aldrin. However, Mike Collins did talk briefly about program 22,
and I'll get that planar information to you as soon as we get enough information to get a good trend.
Activity which he proposed.
Tell me again the orbital time.
At 84 hours, 40 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
565.2.
Okay, 644, 565.2.
That's affirmed.
Sounds like the data selects are really slipping it in there.
Flight GNC's widen the deadband all 3 axes 10 degrees.
Okay. GNC Capcom on System 1.
Go ahead, Captain.
On this deadband, I'm looking at 683. I thought the deadband was right here in the middle of the left-hand column where it says deadband 5 degrees. Is there someplace else?
Oh, that's the FAP deadband, but you have the kludge around that, and the way we load it into an address, you load it at 10 degrees, and that does not show up. There.
Hey, Houston, Apollo 11.
11, Houston, go ahead.
Roger, we're thinking about taking the monocular with us on into the LEM. We think it might prove to be of some use, over.
Roger, Buzz. It sounds like a good idea for some of your surveying work there inside the cockpit, over.
Okay, you want to run that by whoever might be concerned?
Sure will. FAL flight. FAL flight. Go flight. How many people get a vote on that?
On carrying the monocular?
Yeah.
I think you people that look after weights and descents. Period.
How much does it weigh?
I'll find out.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 84 hours, 44 minutes, and now into the flight Apollo 11. Our current spacecraft altitude, now 64.3 nautical miles with an aperture of 65.2 nautical miles, parallel 54.4 nautical miles. We show
How much did he say?
normal period of 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40 seconds on our displays. Current weight of the spacecraft in orbit, 70,502 pounds.
Roger that. I can't see that making any difference.
At 84 hours, 44 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Okay.
We're having very low signal strengths. We're getting minus 128 at the 210 foot.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 84 hours, 48 minutes, and now to the flight. We're receiving noisy data at this time. We have requested Apollo 11 to give us a manual relax. Standing by at 84 hours, 49 minutes. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
We got him now, looks like. Oh, have we?
It looks like we're going to lose him here.
He's not maneuvering as a GNC.
Negative, Glenn.
Econ, that bothers me considerably.
You're fine?
Go.
Looks like he's on narrow here now.
Okay, Capcom flight, let's have a voice check and see if we can find out what happened then.
Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read now?
11, Houston, loud and clear this time. I'm 8.
Loud and clear. You faded out on your last transmission, over.
Roger, are you in wide beam now?
We need narrow flight. Leave it narrow. It's narrow.
Negative, I got you locked back on again, reacting now.
Roger, that's what we want. We want to stay in narrow, and we're a little puzzled about why we lost you here a few minutes ago. Do you have any ideas?
Sure no, we're showing them at 15 degrees plus pitch and about 270. That'll be good and clear.
We concur there. We still don't have any good ideas on why we were lost.
Ecom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Weren't we in react mode?
That's affirmative. And it looked like we did all the right things when we came around the hill there.
We've had him for 10 minutes already, 18 minutes.
That's affirmative.
And we had an automatic reacquisition. Capcom flight, verify the fact that he acquired us when he came around the corner this time in the automatic mode, in the react mode, without him doing anything. Okay.
11, Houston, would you confirm that we did acquire automatically when you came around the limb for this passage? Over.
That's confirmed.
Thank you.
Network flight. Network flight. Go flight. I don't understand that.
It's a network AFD in flight. Did we drop the uplink any or the carrier any?
I'm having them confirm that now.
Even if they did, I don't know why we couldn't get it back right away with the system set up so that it acquires automatically. Why it didn't come back right back in? Econ, you got any words on that?
Not yet, flight. Give us a couple minutes here.
Okay, I want to find out why this happened to us. We don't want this to happen after they go to sleep.
That's affirmative, flight.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 84 hours, 56 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11. Our current apolloon, 65.1 nautical miles, current paraloon, 54.3 nautical miles. After receiving some noisy signal, Apollo 11 has locked back on in fine form. That was Buzz Aldrin speaking with Owen Garrett here in the Mission Control Center. I expect we will take a second look at why we had to lock on manually. As we receive any updates on this, we'll pass them along. We now read 84 hours, 57 minutes. And this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Flight GNC.
Oh.
When they disabled their auto RCS select switches before, apparently he started to do it and he didn't get through all of them. And that's at least what we think. And he got, Alpha is enabled. Okay, we're using that one for control. Bravo is completely disabled. I'm talking auto RCS select now. Charlie is partially disabled. At least we hope so. And he has just got Charlie 3, pitch Charlie 3 disabled. And we might ask him if he wishes to disable all the rest of them in that Quad Charlie. Or do you think they're bedding down for tonight?
No, they're not bedding down. We can talk about that. Hey, okay. That reminds me of something, GNC. Did you go back and tell me about the attitudes when we lost the signal? Did you notice anything unusual about them? Was it dead banding all right?
It was dead banding right. As soon as we lost it, their flight, I noticed that we were only 2 or 3 degrees out, which is we had yet diverged on a 10-degree dead band yet.
Okay.
Very small rates.
Okay.
Quad Charlie is the only one he needs to completely disable.
Okay, Capcom flight.
Capcom, I did mention the fact that Bravo and Charlie were disabled, and I thought he sort of concurred on that. At least he didn't say anything about it.
Well, he concurred. It's disabled in the DAP, okay?
Okay.
But the auto RCS select switches are just partially
I understand.
Set up that way.
I understand.
An econ flight up. Tell me something about our problem here.
We're puzzled about what happened. We're trying to come up with a couple of tests, or one test that will build some confidence in the ability of the high gain antenna to reacquire like it's supposed to and operate like it's supposed to. And we'll want to try that here in a few minutes.
Okay, and the network claims he's clean, huh? Right, flight?
That's the indications I have right now. Goldstone is going over some chart recordings and some stuff he has on site, and he's going to get back to us with the information, but as of now, he knows of no anomalies on station.
Okay. And econ flight, you don't need to get very fancy. Yeah, we can just break the lock and reacquire again, can't we? And as simple as that?
Well, that's one of the things we were considering here, and that is
but
as
don't
simple
consider it to death, I'm trying to say, is that we're only 38 minutes from LOS, and we want to put the crew to bed, and it just seems like that we can simulate coming around the corner very nicely by shutting off the sites.
Well, we've seen it do that, and it did that right. If we
It did it once right, and then it went away.
That's
and it did not reacquire again.
The thing about it, if we do that a couple more times, we're not sure that we won't get back to the same problem again. We were considering something here that might put us in an optimum configuration for sleep, but yet, where we wouldn't have as much data as we would have operating in the mode that we have now in the spacecraft, but would be good for the sleep anyway. And we'd have more confidence in it.
Well, that's all well and good. You're going to say go to the Omnis with a 10-foot dish.
Well, it would probably be high gain antenna in manual mode, probably what it would be in the wide beam width. Give us a couple more minutes on this one.
Okay. Capcom flight, would you ask them about those thrusters?
Roger. Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Houston, Apollo
11
11.
Houston, on your auto RCS select switches, we show Quad Bravo disabled, but Quad Charlie only partially disabled. Charlie 3, I believe, is the only one you have selected off. Is that correct?
Roger, that's correct.
Roger.
Well, we further recommend that he turn them all off, don't we, GNC?
That's firm, Blake.
I think he just did it, didn't he?
He's doing it now, right?
Okay.
By GNC, he's got Charlie disabled this time.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 85 hours, 5 minutes. Now onto the flight, Apollo 11. We confirm from the ground following that conversational exchange.
How are you now, Houston? 11 Houston, we're showing them all disabled now. That's fine.
Tell me not to note it down.
As was pointed out.
11 Houston, we see them all disabled at this time. Thank you.
As was pointed out.
Thank you.
RCS Quad Charlie is now disabled following that conversational exchange between Owen Garant and Buzz Aldrin. Buzz, the lunar module pilot, apparently quite obviously still awake. 85 hours, 7 minutes. Now onto the flight, Apollo 11, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Here's what I'd like to do.
Go ahead, Clay.
I'd like to go ahead and it seemed like to me that we can turn the ground off and on a couple of times and see if it reacquires.
We can do that.
We can do that while your people are still thrashing around about what else can be done, and we may find out that it doesn't reacquire automatically anymore for some reason. And we may find out it works fine, but that still doesn't make us trust it. But we can do this while you're coming back with some good recommendations, perhaps.
Okay, we can do that.
Won't that? Can't we just break the lock and then?
Roger, we can break the lock and make it reacquire and see if it does.
How long? Like, should we break it for? Long enough for the thing to go back to its idle frequency or whatever.
About 30 seconds sufficient for that.
Okay.
Flight Capcom, would you suggest going to manual and then maybe slewing off 20 or 30 degrees?
No, I'd suggest us leaving it in the react mode and just turning the ground off and then turning it back on again like it would if it came around the corner.
That's affirmative, fine.
Okay. And then if we could go from there, perhaps. But we ought to tell them, Capcom, that we're going to do this, and if they don't get a voice call from us in like 2 minutes, that they could reacquire us.
Okay, so it's going to be the uplink carrier that we turn off, right?
That's affirmative.
Yeah. Let it make that 3 minutes, Capcom, so we'll see how that goes.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
11 Houston, we're going to try to check out this ability to automatically reacquire on the S-band, and what we want to do is to secure our uplink carrier for about 30 seconds. Then we will turn it back on and see if the spacecraft equipment will automatically reacquire. So if you do not get a call from us within about 3 minutes, that means we have not been able to reacquire, and request your assistance on a manual acquisition. Over.
Okay, we understand.
Flight Econ.
Go.
Get him to note the angles the antenna goes to during this operation.
Okay. 11 Houston, we also appreciate if you will note the angles that the antenna tracks through in its attempt to reacquire. Over.
Roger, we'll do that.
Okay, network, you're going to do all that for us? Network flight? Well, Econ flights, you work with the network and get him to do that.
Inco will take care of that plane.
Okay, the Inco. Fine.
That little tree gum. See that little tree gum?
Flight Capcom, it looks like it took almost 2 minutes to secure the data there, to secure that carrier. Is that right? Apparently so.
Yeah, he just got it down.
I got it, yeah, almost.
It takes time to coordinate that.
That's 2 out of our 3 minutes right there.
Well, carrier's back up now.
Seconds, was it?
Yeah, it was, just about. And they've reacquired.
Flight Econ, we're on there now. Looks like it reacquired fine.
Okay, Capcom, why don't you give them a call? See how that looks for them. Okay.
11 Houston, it looks like we're locked back up again with no delay. How did it look on board? Over.
Roger, the signal strength dropped very rapidly to 0, and the pitch and yaw in about 3 seconds moved toward 40 degrees pitch and 240 degrees yaw. Right now, they're setting on about 15 degrees pitch and about 265 degrees yaw. So they didn't move very far, about 30 degrees apiece. And then they picked right back on up again. Over.
Roger, some of the luckiest people in the background there, we copied your pitch and yaw angles.
Capcom, I'd ask him what his manual settings are. His dial should be on 8 and 270. Doesn't sound like they are.
Flight Inco.
Go.
Those meters are 10 degrees gross, so those are close enough.
Yeah, but can you explain why it went from 15 degrees pitch towards 40 degrees pitch when it should have been going towards 8?
No, when you drop the thing on the antenna, it would drive off because the ADC decays on the transponder, and it'd have to hit an RF limit to go back to the manual position.
Yeah, but we took the carrier away right away. I don't, that doesn't compute, the words you're saying don't compute to me yet. You'll have to keep talking. I'm sorry, I don't follow you yet. Anyway, Capcom flight, would you please ask him where's, to see if I've got the right terminology here, is where his position indicators are on his high gain project. 11 Houston, could you give us the location of your, pitch and yaw location of your position indicators, over? I probably said the wrong words. I'm talking about his...
Yeah, those are the same position as the antenna right now. About 15 degrees pitch and now, wait a minute, I got it at about 275 instead of 265.
Okay, thank you.
Flighty, huh?
Go.
We might as well try it once more.
Okay, let's leave it down a little bit longer this time. Capcom flight, would you tell him that we're going to try it again and we'll leave it down a little bit longer this time? It'll probably be about 4 minutes before we give him a call. 11 Houston, we'd like to try the same procedure once more. We'll leave the carrier off a little longer and be back up for a call within 4 minutes, over.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 85 hours, 17 minutes now into the flight Apollo 11. What you heard in the conversation between Owen Urant and Buzz Aldrin was following a communications check in which we secured the Uplink carrier for some 30 seconds and waited a given period of time, approximately 3 minutes, to see if the spacecraft would reacquire. We appeared to reacquire in fine form on this first test. We will repeat it, this test a second time, delaying approximately 4 minutes before we place a call to Apollo 11. At 85 hours 17 minutes, we currently read an altitude, spacecraft altitude of 56.1 nautical miles. Present velocity shows 5,367 feet per second.
Leave it down long enough that it
Anapaloon 65 nautical miles, Paraloon 54.4 nautical miles. Present weight in orbit remains a static 70,502 pounds. Present time in orbit, as shown on our displays, 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40 seconds. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Flighty, huh?
Go.
It won't ever get there because it has to hit the scan limit, and it won't.
Okay.
Flight GNC. We'd like to make another recommendation that the crew zero the optics.
Zero the optics?
Yes, they got it in manual, and we're seeing small residuals that are moving the CDU's trunnion. And this will occur. You have small residual currents in there, and I believe they did this last night. Left it manual. We'd like to have it zero. This goes to zero, and
okay. Capcom, when you make your call up, you might mention this time, please. Okay, I'll mention it then. We back in business there, Econ?
Roger, fine.
I'm beginning to suspect a network here. Network? Capcom, Econ flight.
Good flight.
Okay, we're back locked up, aren't we?
That's perfect.
We're in there now?
We're in there.
Okay, Capcom, give them a call, please. Okay.
11 Houston, we're locked back up again. Can you give us a report on how the antenna behaved?
Flight network.
Go.
Roger, it was essentially identical with before. The pitch went to 40 to 45, and the yaw went to about 255, 245 to 255. And then it rather quickly locked up at 15 degrees pitch and 270 yaw, over.
11 Houston, roger your angles 45 and 255. Do I understand that as soon as the carrier dropped, it went to these angles, or did it only go to these angles after the uplink carrier was re-enabled and the antenna began to hunt to reacquire, over?
Now, as soon as the carrier dropped off, why, it drifted over to those angles and stayed there. And then when it came back up again, why, it hunted around for a while, but didn't get any further off. It gradually brought it on into the angles where it is right now, and then the signal strength would take several jumps as evidently it goes from wide to medium to narrow, over.
11 Houston, understand, and on another subject, request you zero your optics for the night, over.
Eastbound flight.
Roger.
I'm getting the impression that he's got his pitch at 15 degrees because that's where the signal strength seems to be best. Is that okay with you?
I think that's about as close as he could get it, Flight. But looking at his meters there, yeah, that's all right.
Network Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
And do I understand now that you're saying that we lost the signal and had a delay in reacquisition because
it took longer to lock up than it should have because of an operator error at Goldstone.
But we have not yet explained why we lost the lock in the first place.
No.
Flight Capcom, one thing that seems to me a little different from my impression the first time is that it went to these angles as soon as he lost the carrier. And these are not the angles that he had set on his manual switches there, manual position on pitch and yaw. But once the uplink carrier was re-enabled, then it hunted around and came over properly. So it didn't drive off in the wrong direction, which is what the impression I had the first time.
Yeah, and MCO was saying that it did what he expected it to do, which I haven't fully understood yet. But out of all of this MCO, ECOM, and network, I'm getting the impression that the spacecraft's okay. We have a ground problem, and for some reason we lost the uplink, which we don't know why yet, but apparently everything's working okay now, and we're probably going to find out that we dropped it on the ground, perhaps. Is that a fair statement?
We're talking to Goldstone right now, and he has seen some very minor variation in uplink signal strength, but he doesn't think anything is of a significant magnitude.
Okay, all I know is it required normally when it came around the corner and we held it for about 30 minutes and then we dropped the signal for some reason, and apparently everything on the spacecraft's working okay. And it's reacquired twice now. When we did that little goodie, it appears to have been a ground problem of some kind, which we don't know yet.
Flight fighter.
Go.
Is the test that's going on, is that going to continue more, or is that about over?
It's about over. Why do you ask? Are we bothering you?
The select people are saying that it's kind of tearing them up on there, trying to fit their data across here every time Goldstone switches from 2 to 3 way.
Well, sorry that we're about that.
Flight surgeon.
Go, Sergeant.
Roger. We have no indication that canister change number 7 was performed. The PCO2 is still sitting at 3.7 to 8, and that was scheduled at 84:45. And I imagine the crew have been busy with other activities, but something that ought to be done before sleep.
Okay, Ecom Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Okay, I would like to tell the crew that we think the spacecraft's okay and that we're going to stay in the same sleep configuration, and if they're not yet asleep, they might watch it a little bit to see that it acquires okay when they come around the corner the next time around. But we don't plan to call them and all that good stuff, okay?
Flight network.
Go network.
Before you do that,
Okay.
Goldstone reports that one of the things they saw was a buildup in the static phase area, and Guaymas also saw this same buildup.
That got something to do with the onboard equipment, you're saying?
Well, we can't say why we would see this buildup, but two sides saw it, and I'd like to explore that a little more before we tell the spacecraft they got no problem.
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, let me just go off and talk about this some, can I?
Yeah, but we'd like to do what we need to do to get you, if we can, to get your crew on to sleep.
Yeah, we got 16 minutes to do it in, it looks like, too.
Okay. Well, no, not necessarily, but if we have to, we can ask the crew one guy to stay awake until AOS the next time around, which they probably will do anyway.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
We have a recommendation to make here that we try the secondary electronics and the secondary transponder while we have them.
I don't want to do that, Econ, if I can help it. I guess in my mind, I kind of feel like right now that it's a ground problem. Right now, anyway.
Well, we have some reservation about that, too. We concur.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 85 hours, 27 minutes now into the flight Apollo 11. We've run 2 tests thus far with the S-band antenna, which is reacquired nicely on both occasions. We're standing by for further possible conversations with the crew at this time. We're some 15 minutes away from
we're converging on a ground problem here, but we're not completely able to sort it out, and we would like, if they could, for one...
Currently, we read an afternoon of 65 nautical miles,
one guy awake at the next AOS,
a parallel of 54.4 nautical miles.
8630.
This is Apollo Control Houston.
If they had... It sounds to me like they're still in the eating and relaxing mode here before they go to bed, so they may not pose them any problem. Okay. And I'd like to give these guys a little more chance to think it out if we can. Okay. Also to see another auto react around the corner.
Apollo 11, Houston, can you confirm that you have changed the CO2 filter as per flight plan in the last hour, over?
No, we're still eating. We're about to do it. We'll let you know.
Roger, 11, and we've got about 14 minutes to LOS. AOS is 8630, an hour away. We were wondering whether or not you plan to have one man up at that time, or would you all like to be asleep inside the next hour, over?
Somebody will be up.
Roger, the thing that we're still puzzling on is the antenna, and as long as there will be somebody up, why we would like to have somebody check the automatic react on the next AOS.
Okay, we'll do that. We haven't chlorinated the water yet, and we haven't changed the lithium hydroxide. We're just still finishing up dinner.
Roger, Mike. Thank you.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 85 hours, 29 minutes now into the flight. That was Mike Collins reporting to capsule communicator Owen Garrett that the Apollo 11 crew completing dinner at this time. And earlier, perhaps, as you listened to the air ground, you heard some music in the background, soft music, which would indicate that this was being played in concert with their evening meal. When we reacquire, we expect one of the 3 crew members to still be, at least one, to be still awake as we run a further check on our spacecraft antenna. At 85 hours, 30 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Flight fighter.
Go ahead.
Based on our preliminary estimate of the biasing that we're going to have to use to get this plane change, we're obtaining a value of 12.5 feet a second, which is below the threshold. So we'd say right now, based on our best estimate, we won't have to execute a plane change.
Okay. What is that threshold? I thought it was 10.
20.
20. Okay.
And we plan to look at this rev by rev, so we'll keep you updated on it.
Okay. If we never get the comm squared away, we'll concentrate on orbit.
Flight surgeon.
Go.
Roger, we have indications that the canister change hasn't been performed.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
Looks like you can go ahead and tell the spacecraft it's okay.
Well,
we may have had a bad receiver. Looks like it goes on. They don't see the same thing on receiver 1 that they saw on receiver 2. They won't look at that.
how about your Guaymas confirmation? Your Guaymas confirmation, I thought you said.
They wouldn't necessarily tie into it.
Oh, I thought that's the thing that made you talk about the static phase angle.
Yeah.
You had the same at Guaymas as you had at Goldstone or something. static phaser display. Tell him to go to sleep. Just tell him to go to sleep.
Okay. Capcom, when you give me LOS call here, tell him that you. And so, are you disagreeing with this? Hey, Capcom, they're going to be awake anyway. We don't sweat all that.
We might as well tell them that it was a ground problem, though, and had nothing to do with spacecraft.
Yeah, but we got to know how to do that. Yeah, where is it?
Maybe run you later.
This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, we have LOS coming up in 2 minutes now, and ALS will be at 86 plus 28 plus 15, over. We'll see you on the other side. Roger.
85 hours, 40 minutes at this time. That perhaps the last conversation we'll have with Apollo 11 until we reacquire. We're now 20 seconds away from loss of signal. Continuing to stand by, this is Apollo Control Houston at 85 hours, 41 minutes.
I guess what I'd really like to do is to cook the towel.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. We've had loss of signal as the Apollo 11 spacecraft begins its pass around the far side of the moon. At 85 hours, 42 minutes.
Everybody through the water? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Everything, Josh? Nope. Josh, hey, remember when they told us about that putting buttons on the seat of these things? No, I don't remember. Yeah, they were working up this elaborate scheme. You had your choice between that and Velcro.
What's the choose? I mean, don't get me hanging.
Well, whatever I chose, they didn't give me.
Didn't have anything.
Nothing in it.
Good,
They told me you guys had Velcro on yours. Maybe on the other side.
I guess that's a pair of jockey shorts. Yeah, just cut the legs off. Laced off.
Yeah, I guess it's good. How'd you sleep last night, Buzz, up on top? You open up the outer one and you put the inner one in there and squeeze it and it breaks. And then you got to take the set and go by the expression and mush it all up to get that stuff evenly distributed through it. Let you guys sleep underneath tonight. I'll just stop this. Yeah, that's right. That doesn't matter. Unless you'd rather sleep up top, Buzz. I like, you guys ought to get a good night's sleep going in that damn limb. How about, which would you prefer? Was that probe and drug going to be in your way over there? Well, take your druthers, whichever you prefer.
Would you please try your high gain and wide beam wind? Angles are 180 on the yaw, pitch 0, over.
Everybody listen to Josh's comments. That's a playback, by the way. Yeah, we're doing a playback. That's the 83 hours, so.
All right, Mike, you're a lot better now, over.
Info, network, flight.
That's affirmative. We got you in the sky zone. You're looking right down along the engine signal towards you.
Let's
So
talk
we need
about
you in wide beam, over.
Ground versus airborne.
Okay.
Can you do that now?
No.
We haven't got all the data yet?
I've got Goldstone and Guaymas, and got to see if I'd have some people off on Net 3, putting the story together for us. They're trying to correlate times and what the records show at the two sites, and what the experts have got to say.
Okay, did you say you had a bad receiver though at Goldstone?
Well, they said that the chart showed different things on receiver 1 and on receiver 2, and receiver 1 looked funny. They were going to go ahead and look at that.
Okay, well, we really want to get that shortly.
Okay.
And INCO flight. Flight INCO. Okay, what were you telling me about the way the antenna drifts off? I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
When you lose the signal.
when you lose the signal, either the transient or the AGC dropping, or the slope of the AGC dropping with time causes an error signal on the tracking channel, the high gain antenna. And it thinks it's a pointing error, and so it goes wandering off in some direction. Now, two things can happen when it does this. It can hit the RF limit, and in the auto react mode, go back to the manual position, or it can stay in the coverage area and just sit there. In the case that happened here, both times from the angles I reported were that it just went off, it stayed in the coverage area and just stayed there until we brought the signal back up again.
Okay. I guess I didn't realize it did that. I thought it went, as soon as it lost the signal, it told itself to go to the thumb wheel setting.
No, it has to hit that RF limit because this react mode was originally designed for the PTC operation, where it would hit the RF limit 12.
Okay. All right.
Right?
Roger, stand by. Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to take the low voltage tap, all presets in on, over. agree with all that? Okay, we now write that off as spacecraft okay, go to sleep. Stop. Great. Hey, Mike, you set something on me? Feel pretty good about that. Inside you got twice. Start to see. Okay. Flight check on is, that's playback phone from Goldstone on a flight record. I couldn't hear it around, but it just got it. Comes off.
Which is crossback there.
Houston, Apollo 11. Apollo 11 Eagle, over. Roger, Eagle, you over. Roger, I read you back 4x4. Could you give me a short count, please? Roger, Eagle, coming in with a short count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4,
20 minutes on drop ACP, which is the active CP right now.
Roger, are you copying my low bit rate, over? Mike, we got some beautiful data here, Eagle. All our guys are looking at it. Systems guys will have some work for you in a minute. Everything looks. Roger, I'm all ready to switch to high bit rate if that's okay with you. Would you please stand by, Eagle? We want to get to the proper sleep attitude before we proceed on with the comm check, over. Standing by. Houston Eagle, go ahead with the camera checkout. I'm still on low taps, and I assume there's no problem doing that. Over. Stand by. That's perfect. No problem on that, Eagle. You can go ahead and power up the sequence camera. Over. Eagle, be advised, sound like a hot door out. Over. Roger, if you read me now, I am in hot mic because I'm in ICS pushes off and down voice backup, over. Roger, we just wanted to remind you, over. Columbia, this is Houston. Are you maneuvering the sleep attitude, over? Eagle, this is Houston. We have lost all voice data with Columbia. Would you see if he is maneuvering the sleep attitude, over? Mike, you maneuvering the sleep attitude? I don't believe they can hear you, Mike. Are you maneuvering the sleep attitude? Houston Eagle, the Columbia has maneuvered the sleep attitude. He's got the high gain antenna angle set in, and he should be communicating.
Flight network goes on to spacecraft. Hey, you think everything's good with
The command module on this comm pad, you know, we had a hard time talking to him, seemed like. That was using the gold phone.
Yes, and they sent me a twig stating that they had routed, they have the, what's they call SDDU out there, Simplex Data Distributing Unit, and this is where they take the data demod and attach the voice downlink to the proper buttons to put on JAWS conference and come back here, and they said they had a bad patch in there.
Roger, 1, 2, 3.
This way.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we should be shooting at what we're shooting at or 127. I guess we're all right. And this light stuff, I guess we're all right.
Thank you. Oops.
Perfect.
Houston, this is Eagle. You're out clear and headband normal voice. How many other?
You're beautiful. This mode, Buzz, and we're leading you 5-5. Coming with a short count, and we'd like one back from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Houston out.
Roger, Houston, Eagle. Your gauge is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle, over.
All right, Eagle, this is better than the downpoint backup. Stand by, 1. Eagle, Houston, everybody checking the clam with this mode. We'd like to stay here for a little bit. Telemetry looks great, the voice is great, over.
Roger, understand. I'm checking out camera number 4 now.
Eagle, Houston, say again what you're checking out, over.
Roger, Houston. Eagle has checked out both 70mm Techno cameras and both 16mm cameras, and all work fine, over.
Sounds great. Stand by. Eagle, Houston, we've looked over your systems on a high bit rate. Everything looks super. We're ready to go, over.
Roger, stand by. You want to go back to low bit right now? Roger, Eagle, standing by.
How do you read? Over.
Houston Eagle, read you loud and clear, over.
Roger, we're reading you 5-5. We got the voice good through the 85. The telemetry is in and out through the 85. Stand by, we'll be back through you with you through the 210, over. Eagle, Houston, you can go step by, man. We like low bit rate, over.
What is that? The crater wall scallop inside like a design in a fan, like feathers.
Seashell.
Yeah.
That's seashell, something very pretty, very symmetrical.
Eagle, Houston, could you give me a short count? This mode, over.
Houston, this is Eagle with a short count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle, over.
Right, Eagle, you're 5-5. It's voice is really beautiful, over. And Eagle, Houston, we'll be standing by this mode for a minute or so. We'll be back with you if you'll just stand by, over.
Roger.
I took overlapping pictures of all that line as well. Yeah, I want to take, have to carry a lot of film to take as many pictures as I want. Oh, okay, let me go do that. Anybody know what AOS is? Yeah. When is AOS ready? That thing? It's 3 or 4 minutes early. 86:31. I think it's 6:30. Yeah.
Honeysuckle and Goldstone, Houston Comtech, net 1. Honeysuckle, how do you read?
Honeysuckle, read you that.
Roger, Goldstone, Houston. Net 1. Goldstone, Comtech, Houston Comtech, net 1. Goldstone, Houston, how do you read?
Loud and clear on that one.
Roger, stand by for remoting check. Houston Comtech, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Honeysuckle, Houston.
Houston, Honeysuckle, 100% key.
Roger, Goldstone, Houston.
Goldstone, 100% gain.
Roger, honeysuckle is active and Goldstone, you're the backup. Thank you.
There, we'll see if we can get an Earth scanning, Earthrise picture. Something coming up from the thing. Black and white. There's a color one right in there. Where the temporary source drag. And a temporary source drag with the color. Dark spot, I think right over there in the good cell.
This is Apollo Control Houston. We're now less than 2 minutes away from acquisition of signal on Apollo 11, and in Mission Control Center Houston, we're standing by. Mark, 1 minute from predicted acquisition of signal. We should be acquiring. We're standing by.
Master alarm coming in. F8 is 250 at Infinity. Yeah. He's working, we got a lot of time.
Flight network? Yeah. I'd like to release the standby CC. Release the standby CC. Confirm. Now we're going to sleep here, just take the foot down. Okay. That's how we're going to AOS.
Friday conference. Thanks for reporting nothing yet. Just saw one flight that goes on that building really.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
11 Houston, loud and clear here, over.
Okay, we just appeared to get a solid lock for the last, about a minute. The tune for max needle's been wandering up and down, and the pitch and yaw needles have been wandering around, but it appears to have reacquired by itself solidly now. We're just finishing up our fuel cell purge. Hydrogen on number 3 is the last to go off. It'll be coming off just in a second.
Roger, 11. Flight Capcom, do you have anything else up for them other than we think it was a ground problem on the last rev?
Alright.
No, I'm wondering now why it took us so long to lock up this time, though. Maybe 2 minutes is not so bad. Or maybe our clock wasn't right.
No, he did comment on wandering around a little bit on the needles there, as if it were hunting for a while. Yeah, that's the way you can fly it, hands off.
Yeah, we're okay. I'm telling you that we had a power supply problem on the ground, and that was a problem before. Okay. And good night. Okay.
It's on, yeah.
Apollo 11, Houston, we believe we've tracked down the reacquisition problem we had on the previous rev. It looks like it was a receiver power supply here on the ground, and no problems in the spacecraft at all, over. Okay, glad to hear. 11, that really winds things up as far as we're concerned on the ground for the evening. We're ready to go to bed, get a little sleep, over. Yeah, we're about to join you.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 86 hours, 33 minutes. You heard that last exchange. The Mission Control Center has isolated our earlier loss of lock on with the S-band antenna to a faulty power supply at Goldstone, which in turn introduced noisy data, causing a ground-based receiver to go out of lock. This power supply, a 24-volt one, has already been replaced at Goldstone. In summary, the spacecraft looks good, and the difficulty was caused here on the ground. At 86 hours, 34 minutes, we now read our orbit at 64.9 nautical miles apollune, 54.6 nautical miles parallel. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
I want to take a couple.
Go ahead.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 86 hours, 52 minutes, now into the flight, Apollo 11. Our current altitude on the Apollo 11 spacecraft now reads 64.9 nautical miles. This corresponds with our apoloon of 64.9 nautical miles. Our paraloon on this pass, 54.6 nautical miles. We've had no further conversation with the Apollo 11 crew, nor do we expect to do so. We will take the loop down at this time and stand by if any further conversation should develop. At 86 hours, 53 minutes into the flight, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
CNC flight.
Go ahead, Klein.
Is that the official recommendation from the outside for the whole world about that those GN2 tanks?
That's an official recommendation from the GNCs, like in the whole world. I don't believe it's got their complete full story yet, but we got to do a TEI tonight. That's what we do.
Okay. Is that written down someplace? Recommendation, I hadn't seen it.
No, well, I'll put it in a loop. It's what we recommend is for the CSM rescue burns the LEM if needed. We'd like to go single bank, not using the saving bank B. For TEI burn, we like to do TEI normally, bank A, then bring on bank B. That way you'll have complete redundancy should bank A fail during TEI burn, that you still continue to burn safely through it. And we feel now that we've got bank B also, but I guess Span is still looking at this one, looking back at records and all this, and trying to get a story together, make sure that with the leak, assuming that it would continue to be linear, that we do have a systems redundancy in this situation here. And that's the problem we're faced with.
Flight Span. Go. What GNC just told you, the Span people also concur in as far as the tentative recommendations, to get through tonight. Tomorrow morning there's going to be a briefing, George Lowe, et cetera, which will cover the history of component failures and all the rest of that information. So there might be some re-evaluations tomorrow morning, but that right now is where it stands, just what you've been told.
Flight FAO.
Go FAO.
I don't understand that logic, really.
I do. Seems very straightforward to me. I could almost guess it myself.
Yeah, but they're saying TEI is more critical, therefore you want to get it done, and that's not true. You can always go another rev and do TEI, but you can be in cases in a rescue where you damn well don't want to go another rev and try to rescue.
Oh yeah.
Well, if bank A doesn't work, you bring bank B on FAO. It's that simple.
No, that's not what I understood you to say, though.
I thought you were protecting against would be a partial TEI burn. You wouldn't want to burn halfway through it.
Well, during LEM, if a LEM rescue burn would say require up to 4 burns, we don't want to cycle bank B on that many times because we lose that much pressure. Every time you bring it on, you're going to lose automatically.
Besides, you don't even know how many times you can do that without changing a leak rate.
Right.
But the FAO is right. I had the same thought. The CSM rescue is probably as critical as the TEI, but you can also delay it some and you're still okay.
Okay, but if you don't get ignition on A or something goes wrong with A, you're going to go ahead and use B and do the rescue.
True.
That's affirmative.
You don't worry a great deal, though, why you didn't get it on A.
Milt, this Span again. One thing that we don't want to do is any troubleshooting either.
Yeah, okay.
At all.
Yeah, I don't
Put it all to bed.
Can't be any doubt about that. I don't want to duly note that in my notes, though. CSM rescue single bank unless alpha fails. Now, speaking of the FAO and the GNC, did the Gingham Dog and the Calico Cat get together on the control mode for the P-22 and all that good stuff?
Yes, sir. We've talked about that. GNC, you want to tell him about it?
Right. I guess the only recommendation we can make, Clyde, is what already attempted to do, I think, is to keep the control mode constant, but either use one or the other, CMC or SCS, attitude hold. Now, apparently he has trained to use attitude holding in yaw and roll while he does his pitching motion throughout the P-22, and therefore we'd like to recommend from that doing it that way if it's knowing that it's necessary to hold attitude in pitch in yaw and roll, is to hold that within a wider dead band. So the only thing we're changing about the whole procedure is to use a wider dead band instead of a half a degree. Use
SCS, you mean, or?
Yes. Use either way. We're saying use the SCS next time. We'll take a look at it and see how it works. And
like what kind of dead band?
4 degrees. It would turn out to be, he would have to go with his attitude dead band switch would be minimum with the rate switch in the high position. That would give him a 4-degree dead band. Or he could go with the max dead band or the rate switch in low, and that will give him a 5-degree dead band. So it doesn't really matter which way he handles that.
Either attitude, min, rate, high, or what?
Our attitude dead band maximum probably would be the most straightforward. The attitude dead band switch would be in maximum position, and the rate switch in low. And we're hoping this would cut down his thruster firings, and then he's still going to cross couple, and he's going to dead band. But we're hoping that we'll use less propellant by widening the dead band.
How come the pilot 10 people didn't have any trouble?
The way I understand it also, Flight, is that probably 2 people were used in T-22s. One would hold the attitude and roll and yaw, and I'm not sure I've got all that, if that's actually the way they did it, but this is what I'm thinking, that somebody held yaw and roll and the other guy flew pitch.
Flight FL.
Yeah.
Most of those P-22 work done on Apollo 10 was done undocked after the rendezvous, and the procedure for flying the P-22s undocked is considerably different. You just orbit around the moon and do all your work in shaft, but when the limb's on board, it knocks out about 50% of you up.
Okay.
When you're trunnion, you run into the limb at about 25 or 30 degrees, and moves about 20 degrees of your trunnion capability up, so you have to put in this pitch rate. The way Mike flies it is that by the way, he did a Class A #1 job today. He tracked that landmark better than we've ever seen before.
Yeah.
And the way he flies it, he goes to CMC control and flies to some inertial attitudes that we give him. The update the ones in the flight plan was nominal, so they were correct. He flew to the attitudes in the flight plan, and just prior to T2, the time that we talk about T2, he goes to Excel Command. Now he still has depth control and rolling yaw, but he goes to Excel Command and pitch. Now the way he's trained to do this is he knows just how long to fire the thrusters, and remember he's an LEB and he can't see any instruments. He knows just how long, he's looking through the optics, and he knows just how long to fire Excel Command to establish a pitch rate of 0.3 degrees per second, which increases his trunnion capability to be able to track the landmark over a 180-second period or 3-minute period. If he didn't get the pitch rate in, he wouldn't have that much time to track the landmark. So once he gets the pitch rate going in Excel Command, he takes his hand off and lets adapt keep him controlled and roll and pitch. And the reason he needs to do that to a certain degree is that he doesn't want the shaft to come down and have to do a 180-degree turn. You know, this constraint of having to be off 10 degrees away from zero shaft when you go through a zero optics point.
Okay, now how many of these things do we do with the limb attached?
One more.
One more, and then we...
Mike's in the machine by himself again, just like he was today. And the only concern GNC really has is that if it took an excessive amount compared to the budget, an excessive amount of RCS, like I think the budget allows 7.5 pounds, and GNC's estimating that we took 20 today. Now,
you won't be concerned.
Well, we're only going to do one more of them.
7.5 vice 20? 20 vice 7.5?
Well, maybe it's a poor job making a budget. Depends on your point of view, Flight.
Yeah, we only got X pounds.
Well, we got 925 pounds left, though.
No, we only got a couple hundred. Right? We got 925 total pounds, but we only got a couple hundred excess pounds, haven't we?
That's right.
Well, yeah, with 200 excess, we're going to use that.
We just gobble away 20 of it.
Well, another thing.
Okay,
make you 5 marks on landmark 130. It's going to be the best you've ever seen. Now, if we start telling them how to apply a new procedure, we may blow that all to kingdom come.
Yeah.
So you're trading 14 pounds for a possibility of screwing up your landmark tracking tomorrow.
Okay. But the way GNC described this thing will allow Mr. Collins to do it the way he's been trained to. Excel command and pitch and wide deadband and roll and yaw.
If that's okay with him. If he feels he can do his landmark tracking in a wider deadband. But if he can't, we're going to have to accept the higher fuel usage. My thoughts are to try to improve this, fuel usage-wise for future missions. And by using maybe a little different mode, we can do that.
But you remember, this is a rev before undocking.
You sure don't want to try to figure out the best while you're right here, 1 rev before DOI, do you? Well, it's no big thing. If it simply is not working, you just switch back to CMC and he's go.
No, I'm afraid that's... Now, if it doesn't work, you've blown it for that rev, and you're going to do descent without tracking a landmark.
Okay, you're saying if he's coming up on T2, you're time critical.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with that.
So now everybody recognizes that the mission rule says if we missed the landmark, we'll go ahead and land anyway, but...
Also see where this is supposed to be the best estimate of RLS we're going to get to. Contrary to what I had been told earlier. Well, understood earlier, I guess I should say. Well, you're disagreeing then, FAL, with what the GNC just told me.
Based on 200 pounds of extra fuel at this point, I'd let him fly like he's been doing in the simulator. And if we were lucky, it might not take as much as next time anyway.
And tell him to expect the thruster activity.
That's right.
Incidentally, he pointed out he had up to 0.4 degrees per second in the yaw axis, which doesn't sound reasonable. Is there any explanation for why it got so high?
Just dead banding not wildly, I shouldn't say, but it was at the pitch, with the commands he was putting in the pitch axis, they were cross-coupling over in the yaw and roll. And I could say that we really need to look at this, I guess, post-flight.
Yeah,
I'm not sure we can really analyze this one.
Presumably he didn't couple that much in, that it was some sort of a oscillation that built up, perhaps, from side to side of the deadband.
That's right. It took it took a matter of time. We saw it go out in a half a degree deadband. We saw it go out to a degree and a half to 2 degrees in yaw.
I think
beyond the deadband, so it was firing, yaw to get back in, and it just takes a lot of propellant to do that method.
I think definitely before we do another one, we'd want to do something to the procedure to make it a better situation.
Another flight, you mean?
That's affirmative, another flight. But I think to ascertain what that new procedure should really be, you'd need to get in the simulator to do some simulator work.
I'll have to agree with that. I guess flight GNC-wise, we're probably just going to, based on what FAO says, we'll have to go with the excessive usage tomorrow based on the importance of that P-22, rather than try anything new. I don't think widening the deadband is going to affect them that much, but it may. I'm not sure it's worth suggesting that to them.
Widening the deadband may not significantly reduce the budget anyway. I think that's what GNC is about to say.
Network?
Go.
Okay, we've gone through some further analysis here to satisfy ourselves as to why, for
instance, Guaymas was seeing his static phase error, same time Goldstone was. And we're definitely satisfied that it was a receiver problem.
Okay.
And we've answered all of the questions that we had.
How about the one about, okay.
The reason why the two sites saw the same thing was because the Goldstone site was sweeping the uplink, and that accounts for the same indication at both sites.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Capcom, you have a call on PBX.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Owen, Bruce McCandless.
Hi, Bruce.
Hi. Hey, I was just looking at the flight plan for tomorrow evening, and when you come on there, I believe there's an entry. Only about the time of, I guess, 1:05:30 when the LEM crew turns in about the uplink comm.
Just a moment. Are you in a flight plan now? You're looking at a flight plan, is that right?
Yeah, I've got a copy of the flight plan, not completely up to date, but I think it's along about 1:05:30 we have a note about reconfiguring the comm.
Yeah, that's right. It is 1:05:26. Very good. Configure LEM comm for Lunar Stay Sleep.
Okay, are you familiar with what that means?
Well, I've got a comm procedures book here. I would have to look into
Okay, well, what we're talking about here, really, wait a minute. No, over in the MCC age column.
Misfin LEM comm mode 3, update.
Right, that's the one I'm talking about. Okay, what that is...
that's where you want to secure you want the network to secure their uplink to the LEM.
The voice subcarrier, right.
That's right. And you'll be uplinking to the CSM only, and I plan to make sure, see if I found on it here. Well, I've forgotten whether I am or not. But just let the LEM know that it'll be about 15 seconds to answer any call.
Right, I think it may take you longer than that, probably closer to a minute or a minute and a half. But
well, it shouldn't, because all it takes is one switch, not even a jack, but a switch at the ground station, and they're supposed to have a man standing by to do it as soon as you ask him.
Right, but, well, okay, some small period of time.
Yeah.
Whatever it turns out to be.
Right.
And I guess probably the most direct way of implementing this is just to go right to context.
Well, in talking it over with Milt, what we plan to do is just be to request on flight director loop, and then they get either network or ECOM to do it.
Okay, well, ECOM can't do it.
Or INCO then.
Or INCO can't do it either.
Okay, well, network.
We were kicking this around this afternoon in the glorious green team discussion, and the procedure that we arrived at was for Capcom to request any network changes, such as bringing the CSM up on one air-to-ground push button and the LEM up on the other, say.
I thought that was decided we couldn't do that.
Well, we can do that, but we have to sacrifice something. So it's probably not appropriate for this particular time.
As I understood, it was going to require duplicate landlines, one for air-ground one, another for two, to do that. And it would probably be a more complex switching job than to simply let this technician out of the field site inhibit or...
Okay, well, what I'm telling you is that if you wanted to do that, that would be an appropriate request to network.
Okay.
If you want to inhibit the uplink and then enable it if they call, that is an appropriate request for context, who will go to the site context.
Okay. I don't know if Milt knows that or not, but...
I mean, you, of course, want to keep Windler in the loop, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, good information. I remember that.
But I just wanted to pass that on.
Yeah, well, I guess I knew all that, except for the fact that I had probably done it via network instead of contact.
You would have gotten there by network eventually anyway.
Yeah.
How's the LEM status?
Well, everything's fine. I guess you knew, well, in terms of the LEM, absolutely no problems.
How's the old nitrogen bottle B holding out?
Well, just now looking at it, 2159 PSI. It's only 200 pounds below tank A. So, I guess it really doesn't appear to be any sort of a problem. GNC's
But then for TEI, go bank A and then turn bank B on so that you'll have redundancy and eliminate the possibility, or at least further down the probability line, of having a half of a TEI.
Right.
So it doesn't seem to worry anybody.
No, it seemed to be creeping back up. And when we first looked at the playback of the stuff from the backside, it looked like the B bottle had been depleted by about 400 psi as opposed to around 20 or 30 for the A bottle. But with the pressure building back up, why the differences seem to be getting smaller.
I don't know what the specs on it are, but there's not even a star out the side of it now, so it can't be very low.
Well, it's supposed to use 50 psi worth out of the model each time you open the ball valve, and it's supposed to operate with any pressure above 400 psi.
Yeah.
So the impression I got was that unless we were worried about the next time we open bank B, why something's going to blow, and have a complete failure, why other than that, it was pretty good shape.
Yeah, they did also mention that we don't want to do any troubleshooting with bank B, because apparently your probability is you'll get this pressure decrease only when you're using them. So we don't want to fool around trying to check them out.
Right, and the funny thing is that in looking at the plot of pressure versus time, near the end of the burn, the pressure decay seemed to stop. Of course, it's conceivable that this might have been due to heat soak back.
Yeah, you did mention that there. Heat soak did affect that pressure versus time curve. But apparently now that it did stabilize, it did stop once you finished the burn.
Yeah. Okay, well, it all sounds very good. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have any wires crossed or you weren't unsure of what that note flight plan meant.
Yeah.
And they're still planning on the EVA prep and all that at the nominal time?
Just a moment, I got to talk to flag here, hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The crew told us they plan to take the binoculars to the limb, but I don't think we ever told them it's okay, did we?
No, we didn't ever tell them okay on that.
Might put that down for
in the morning, yeah.
Whoever calls them in the morning to tell them there's no sweat on that.
Okay, good point. I'd forgotten that.
Okay, back again. Let's see, who's going to wake them up in the morning? I guess that'll be...
probably be Ron.
Yeah, Ron. They want to take their monocular? That's what you call it, but I wonder if it's a monocular or a monocle, or what is the correct term?
Monocular.
Monocular is correct. Huh?
Right. It's sort of one half of a binocular.
Yeah, I know what it is. I was just wondering about what the accurate word is. But anyway... they want to take it into the limb, and I forgot to give them an okay on that. But I'll leave a note here for Ron to do it.
Okay, that sounds real good.
We'll see you tomorrow.
I guess I'll be relieving you tomorrow evening then.
Is that right? Let's see.
I believe so. 9:30, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you picked it up.
I'll probably be in a little early and wander around the back rooms and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, if you come on in at 9:30 or so, 9:30 or 10, why, we may even have the EPA over with it.
Well,
can't ever tell.
They've got my phone number there.
We'll give you a call.
If you're going to move it up, the plans are to bring the whole greenie weenie team in there.
That's a new one. The greenie weenies, huh?
Something like that.
Okay, well, if they do come early, why, I suppose I'll pick up a shift after that as well, or something like that, because you got about 14 hours as it is.
Yeah, I'll have to play that one in real time, as they say in spaceflight circles.
Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow one way or the other.
Okay, right up.
flight?
Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, they did do that water dump, didn't they?
That's affirmative.
Thank you.
Surgeon AFC, Flight Director.
Go ahead, AFC.
Can you tell if anybody's sleeping there?
Not yet, but they're resting and we predict sleep in a couple of minutes. We're watching them closely now. I'll let you know as soon as we know that they're asleep.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 87 hours 31 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11. The Apollo 11 spacecraft continues on its front side pass above the moon. We're now less than 10 minutes away from loss of signal. The Apollo 11 crew currently in their rest period. We've received no indication yet that any of the three crew members are actually sleeping, although all three appear to be in a very restful mode. This will be the final sleep period for the crew, now at the threshold of their prime mission objective, the final sleep period prior to landing on the lunar surface and returning. The next scheduled rest period will in fact take place on the surface of the moon. We're now past midnight Central Daylight Time. It is now July 20, the day scheduled for lunar landing. Our current orbital parameters read Apolloon 64.7 nautical miles, Paraloon 54.8 nautical miles. Current spacecraft altitude 54.8 nautical miles. Our time of orbit, orbital period, remains the same, 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40 seconds. So at 87 hours, 33 minutes, we will continue to stand by in the event we have any conversation with the crew. This is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control Houston at 87 hours 40 minutes now into the flight Apollo 11. Apollo 11 now less than a minute away from loss of signal as it is due to pass over the far side of the moon, out of range with the Mission Control Center as well as the rest of the world. We've had no further conversations with the crew. All spacecraft systems appear in fine shape.
Roger.
We're now less than 30 seconds away from
Okay, everybody, I'd like you to brief your partners. How close are you all to being ready to hand over? BCOMs, how close are you there? GNC, 10 minutes? Roger. Okay, Lamb over there, 10 minutes? That's Roger. Trench, 10 minutes?
Mark, 10 seconds.
Roger. FAO, can you manage to do it in 10 minutes tonight? I know.
We've had loss of signal.
Oh,
Roger, Apollo 11 passes over the backside of the moon.
Flight surgeon. Go ahead. It looks like they were all asleep when they went around the horn. Okay. Flight.
Flight Fido.
Am I going to hear the golden tones of Ed Pavelka tonight?
You will for the next 30 or 40 seconds, Flight.
That's about enough. I see you've appeared here on the scene. Sport.
I'm ready to leave, Flight.
Oh, you are? Do you have a replacement?
Russell. I don't know how that is.
flight guidance.
Go ahead.
I'm turning over to the flight guidance officer here.
Very well.
Maroon signing off.
We're going to miss you around here, Randy.
I'm sure you will.
Okay, is there anybody not ready to start our team briefing in here? Anybody that's not ready, I get an ECOM wave. And a GNC. Well, come on, hurry up. You're not. He just said he wasn't.
Flight data.
Go ahead.
We're going to be set here in about 2 minutes flight.
Okay. Excuse my pretzel. Flight GNC. Go ahead. Ready for the briefing? Okay, let's see if we got anybody else. Is there anybody else not ready? You ready there, FAO? You pacing item is ready. clearly the rest of you gentlemen ought to be. Fido, you ready down there? Fido?
Roger, flight.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.